All right. Okay, let's get started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our reclassification learning opportunity. We are Project Muse, improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. Our project is funded by the CCEE and the California Department of Education, and we are glad to be partnering with them to be here with you today as we explore key considerations for supporting English learner proficiency. English language proficiency in dually identified students toward meeting reclassification criteria. We are scheduled to be together from 8:30 to 3 p.m. today. Also, we want to invite you to sign in using the QR code on your screen or that bit.ly link that you see in front of you as well. You can copy, paste, or type in that bit.ly link into your web browser, and it would prompt you next to complete a Google form. Know that we do this not necessarily just for attendance purposes, as Zoom does that for us already, but we like to keep a listing that we can quickly access so that we can get material to you should we update any of the resources that we've shared with you today, or to also send you any of those documents with broken links that we come across today that we cannot immediately fix. Again, welcome everybody. I'll go ahead and linger a couple more seconds here on the slide to give you a chance to scan that QR code and that bit.ly link. I believe Jessica will also be dropping it into the chat so that if you don't have an opportunity to do that right now, you can do that at a later time. As always, today's resources are available to you via the QR code or the bit.ly link that you see on your screen. You can access today's slides by either using that QR code, as I mentioned, or by entering that bit.ly link address into your browser. Know that all of the resources referenced today are linked in this slide deck and will be available to you for unlimited access. So you'll notice that by scanning the QR code or by typing in that bit.ly link into your web browser, you're going to be prompted to make a copy. We do this for the reason that we want you to have this resource living in your Google Drive for perpetuity. It now belongs to you. You can make it your own. You can take notes into it. You can adapt some of the content for your own learning and your own needs, whether it be as an instructional leader at your site or again, just as a quick reference for some follow-up and refreshers to some questions that might arise in our practice relative to our roles and responsibilities. So I'll give it a couple more seconds here so that you can scan that QR code or enter that bit.ly link into your web browser and let us know if you're having any issues accessing the slides. We can try different ways to get the content to you. And I believe Jessica will also be dropping the link to the slides into the chat so that you can have access to them. And we'll do that throughout the day. Every so often, we'll drop the link into the chat. So today is day 2, as we mentioned, day 1 done and dusted, where we went into the nuance of reclassification for all students, inclusive of dually identified students, inclusive of students with extensive support needs. So today, day 2, we are looking at key considerations to support our dually identified students achieve English language proficiency. So everything that will lead up to meeting criteria 1. So this is all of the back end work behind the scenes prior to even being at that reclassification conversation. Because it's important, lunch. We like to share our timeline for today so that you can plan for your lunch accordingly. Know that we recognize that Zoom isn't the ideal way to connect with learning, especially when it can be a little dense and a little complex and nuanced all at the same time. So we want to make sure that we're embedding breaks. So our plan is to give you breaks every hour on the hour. just to give you some time to process, to take care of any bio breaks, any hydration breaks, any snackage that you want to take care of leading up to lunch at 11:30. So we are planning for lunch at 11:30, and we like to let you know that up front so that you can schedule your lunch time as you need. However, we recognize that sometimes that's not possible, and if you need to take your lunch a little earlier or later, we understand. As I mentioned at the top of the 8:30 start time, we will be recording this session. So if you need to step out, know that this will be available during the recording. However, that is not to say that skipping out and waiting for the recording might be the best way to access the content today. And again, our plan is to dismiss by 3 p.m., but I know that some of you won't be upset if we end a little early, so we can give you the gift of time, though that's not a promise, so don't hold me to that. We value your participation. And again, as I mentioned, we know that Zoom webinars can be a little not necessarily the best to engage. However, we want to invite you to absolutely use the two features that we will be referring to connect with you today. We invite you to use the chat feature to communicate your insights, share information, or reflections. However, if you have a question, we would like to encourage you to use the Q&A feature to submit your questions to the presenters. In today's case, Jessica and myself. The reason we do this is because all of your questions are valuable, and we mean that. And we want others to have quick access to the questions. And oftentimes questions get lost in the chat because we're prompting communication and interaction in the chat, and it's hard for us to go back and make all efforts to answer your questions. That being said, we may not get to answer all of your questions today. One of our functioning norms here in our office and during PD is, expect non-closure. And that doesn't mean that we're not going to get back to those questions. And the Q&A helps us be accountable to answering as many questions as possible. And we use the Q&A feature to do just that. So again, chat to communicate your insights or share information and or reflections, and the Q&A to ask your questions so that we can either answer live or type our response in there, and then it's viewable for all. Okay, so that was a lot of talking, and now I want to give us a couple of moments of zen so that you can utilize the chat feature to share your name, where you're joining us from, district, COE, SELPA, or LEA, and what your current role is. And if you have multiple roles, list all of them. Additionally, we would want you to share what are you looking most forward to starting at 3 p.m. if that's when your contract day ends, or 5 p.m. if that's when your contract day ends. So name, district, COE, SELPA, or LEA, current role, and what does the weekend hold for you? Jessica, if you don't mind being my eyes and ears,
Yes.
if you wouldn't mind letting me know where are folks joining us from and what are some of the things that they're looking forward to doing this weekend?
All right. There's a lot happening. We got
Yay.
um from across the state. We have San Mateo, San Bernardino. Let's see.
Hi,
We
friends.
have San Luis, Northeast Count, Orange County. We have SELPA directors, program specialists, SLPs, multilingual programs, EL coordinator, school psychologist, a little bit of everybody, special education coordinator.
Yay. Hi,
Um,
friends.
yes, we got baby showers happening this weekend.
Ah,
I saw a
babies.
pumpkin patch flying home from Peru this weekend.
What?
Wow. I a honeydew-ist. A main street with some vendors is happening with food and family color run. That's fun.
Oh, I see an Irish fiddle player. Dawn,
Uh,
my goodness.
That's awesome. Let's
Oh, from your
see.
old stomping grounds, Jessica Chico.
Yes, I lived in Chico for a couple of years there. Love it. Let's see. Lego League. Ooh, that's fun.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we got some locals from Imperial County.
Hi, friends.
Hi. Oh, I'll be at a nature. I love this. A Nature Explorer Outdoor Classroom PD.
Ooh,
That sounds like fun. Wow, you guys
yes.
seem like you have either a very relaxing weekend coming or a very busy, but good.
This is exciting. This is very, very exciting. Friends, thank you so much for joining us. And we really appreciate the level of expertise and experience that I know is with us in this Zoom webinar just by looking and listening as Jessica was reading through where you all are joining us from and your roles. So this is amazing to just to know that so much experience and expertise and knowledge is in this current webinar. So again, thank you so much for sharing. And I am looking forward to my weekend, as I know many of you are. It's incredible that it's only what, October 17th? How is it not December yet? But with that being said, let's keep going. So today's agenda consists of three key elements, but that third one is a little beefy, right? Number one, as always, we love to start by setting the context. Number two, today we're going to go over just the criteria briefly. We already did that day one, but just to anchor ourselves into the conversation and how the key considerations play into criteria one of reclassification. That third section in our agenda, the beefy portion of our agenda, are those key considerations. And we're going to look at five key considerations that lead to English language proficiency. Number one, ELP assessment. Number two, special education eligibility report, historical review of LPAC scores, comprehensive ELD implementation, and linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So these five considerations we have found are critical in supporting students to meet criteria one. Criteria one for many years has been a challenge for some of our students, yet reclassification rates have consistently been going up over the past 3 years. So that's incredibly encouraging. So today, as we support that upward trajectory of reclassification rates, day two seeks to help us develop an understanding of state and local criteria for reclassification, as well as looking at those key considerations and strategies to support our students' English language proficiency towards that end goal for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities and including English learners with extensive support needs, to work toward and achieve reclassification. So the Project Muse team is now comprised of four. Some of you have met and gotten to know Lupita Olguin Rubio, who has since retired. We're very happy for her. So now our team of five is a team of four. Dr. Deborah Montoya continues to be on board as our lead consultant. Christina Zavala, our current senior SELPA director here at Imperial County SELPA. Jessica Crothers Rayotis, who you heard earlier and have seen in previous trainings and is right now behind the scenes, feverishly working the chat, and myself, Vanessa Lopez, coordinator here at Imperial County SELPA. Day one, we shared our backgrounds briefly, and we do this always just so that we can highlight the importance of a multidisciplinary team approach. And Debbie and Christina are both school psychologists by education, training, and trade. Debbie was a bilingual assessor locally here in our district in her role as school in her district as a school psychologist, later becoming a special education program director in one of our larger districts, then a principal at our county run school for students with more extensive support needs, then a SELPA director here locally, and currently a special education director at Oceanside Unified School District in San Diego County. Christina, as I mentioned, her background is in school psychology. She was also the special education director at a local high school district. Jessica Crothers was an extensive support needs teacher prior to coming here to the SELPA, then a coordinator at our county office of education and a program specialist, I believe, at the county program also. And my background is in special education, working with students with mild to moderate support needs in a K-6 setting. Spent 18 years in the classroom prior to coming to the SELPA. This is my 8th year here at the SELPA, which is crazy to think about. And again, those multiple lenses. I was also an EL coach at one of our local districts. So knowing that we have different levels of experience, expertise, and connectedness to the system and the students that we serve is critical because oftentimes our view can remain myopic and just single focused if we don't touch base with our friends across the hallway, across the parking lot, just building our own multidisciplinary team. Our project, as you know, is charged with improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. And we prepared a one-pager so that folks can learn a little bit more about what we offer and our role within the California statewide system of support. There are many initiatives, projects, and lead agencies in the California statewide system of support, which is inclusive of the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, the California Department of Education, and the State Board of Education. We have partnerships with our 58 county superintendents of schools, the 7 geographic lead agencies, and additionally, we have resource leads and initiatives across the state of which we are a proud member of. We're part of the special education resource leads in the area of English learners with disabilities. And I share that graphic all the time and who is a participant in the California statewide system of support because we recognize that this work is hard work and heart work, right? And it requires a collective commitment as we seek to engage in a shared responsibility, working together with parents, families, school and district professionals as we promote educational equity, ensuring that all English learners, including English learners with disabilities, participate in the highest quality teaching and learning experiences. So let's ground ourselves in our why. Here's the context setting bit that we like to do all of the time because this is important. We know that multilingualism in California schools is vast and incredibly present. California is home to one of the largest populations of multilingual learners in the United States. Of California's 5.8 million students, 2.3, so around 40%, bring an asset of a home language other than English into our classrooms. Of these 1.1 million students who are currently identified as English learner students, we have 1.2 million who are either initially fluent English proficient or reclassified as fluent English proficient, and we have 187,756 students who are identified as English learners with disabilities. So just some interesting bits of information there just to begin setting our context. Then we start thinking about multilingual learner terminology. This is important to our conversation because as we were going through the list of who's here and what your role is, we might have some friends who aren't necessarily up to date, not through anyone's wrongdoing or lack of preparation, et cetera, et cetera. It's just that the terminology is ever evolving and changing. Even thinking around special education, what used to be credential for severely handicapped became now students who have moderate to severe needs, who then became students with extensive support needs. So again, that evolving terminology is important, and multilingual terminology is no different. We have dual language learner or DLL, which is for our littles, right? Our preschool students, pre-K students. And here the goal is to provide supports to help the child maintain and develop the home language in addition to English. Then we have multilingual learners when they are in TK. right? So if they are identified as having a home language other than English. So this then indicates that a student may have had multilingual experiences and may benefit from additional language support with a services first approach. Identification here is based on answers to the home language survey because we know that in TK we no longer administer the LPAC. The LPAC is administered for the first time in kindergarten. And it's through the LPAC that students receive the official EL identification if they are identified as an English learner in the K-12 academic settings. And here the goal is to ensure that the pupil is receiving appropriate programming and instructional supports to attain English proficiency and develop high levels of academic achievement in English. And we continue to provide these services until the student reclassifies. And then we have lifelong language learning, and this is above and beyond K-12 and following reclass. And here is where individuals continue to build increasing breadth, depth and complexity in comprehending and communicating in one or more languages in a wide variety of contexts. And and if we think about it, all of us are lifelong language learners, right? I like to use the example of learning a new discipline. Those of you that maybe did additional credential work in a specific area, like so, for example, to receive an authorization for other health impairment, or if you went to get a credential, a certificate for adapted physical education, there are so many kinesiology courses that you have to take and know the terminology, and it can definitely be a challenge to not just learn that terminology, but to use it appropriately and in a way that makes sense. So, lifelong language learning is a thing, and a lot of us will remain lifelong language learners if we had a home language other than English, and then even if we didn't. I know that oftentimes I find myself going back to my Spanish to make sense of new material that I'm learning, or to just certify with myself that I did learn it appropriately and am fluent in that understanding. So that lifelong language learning piece is present above and beyond after reclassification for our students. We also share some English language acquisitions data with you so that we can begin to ground ourselves in who it is that we are serving. And again, this is statewide data. It may look different in your region, or it may look the same, or not too far off. But overall, we're looking at around 60% of our students identified as English only, 4.6 as initial fluent English proficient. We have about 18.5, around 19% English learners, and around 16% reclassified as fluent English proficient, and around zero point 0.2 to be determined. We also know that English learners are a diverse group. We know that no student group is monolithic, and English learners follow that same rule. We have newly arrived with adequate schooling, those who are newly arrived with limited formal schooling, those who are developing normally, whatever normally means, those who are at risk of becoming long-term English learners, those who are long-term English learners, those who are English learners with disabilities are dually identified students, and those who are long-term English learners with disabilities. And those bottom two are highlighted because, yes, we just said that all English learners and all student groups are not monolithic. Even long-term English learners with disabilities require some specialized supports to be able to make adequate progress. So to ground ourselves into who our dually identified students are, let's just really quickly go through it. Students who are dually identified are students who are both English language learner students who are receiving special education services. So they met eligibility criteria under one or more disability categories. They can be referred to as dually identified or ELs with disabilities or multilingual students with exceptional needs. And these students are a growing subgroup in California schools. We know that multilingual learners are present across the education system and in all of our work. I know that some of us are working with students, serving students, and thinking, my goodness, this student checks all the boxes. They're socioeconomically disadvantaged. They're an English learner who's a long-term English learner, and they also have a disability. So knowing that there are compounding effects to the many groups that they might check a box with is important, because sometimes we just get stuck on where it is that they fall. Do they fall under SES? Do they fall under foster youth? But looking to see that we're not just viewing through the unduplicated count lens, but how many of our students actually have all of these layered dimensions of identity that they are coming to school with. Which then leads us to looking at English language acquisition status, and students with disabilities. So this graphic is only students with disabilities ages 0 through 22. Remember, special education under IDEA is for students ages 0 to 22. So here is a breakdown of our English learners with disabilities, of our students with disabilities. And then also here, looking more at the specific numbers. Here we're looking now at K-12. This previous one was ages 0 through 22, so it takes into account our infants, it takes into account preschool. Here is strictly K-12. We have around 24% who are English learners and around 75% who are English only. Again, terminology, because it's important. Um, So there is the category of long-term English learner and at risk of becoming a long-term English learner. So a long-term English learner is an English learner student who has been enrolled 6 or more years. And you'll hear the term LTEL. They're an LTEL, she's an LTEL, that group are LTELs. And we typically see this in grade levels 6 through 12. And I'm going to come back to that right now. And then we have those who are at risk of becoming long-term English learners. And these are our English learner students who have been enrolled more than 4 or 5 years without making progress. And the typical grade levels where we see this are grades 3 through 12. So let's make some connections for you. So a long-term English learner is a student who has been enrolled 6 or more years. Okay, that makes sense why we typically see them in grades 6 through 12, and we won't really see that in our elementary grades. We might begin seeing it in 6th grade, but you'll hardly see too many kiddos identified in our elementary schools if you're an elementary school district. However, if you are working with a high school district or a unified school district, you may begin to wonder, like, oh my goodness, like, what are our middle schools and high schools doing? Why do they have so many long-term English learners? However, if we think back, and this is a chat question, where are long-term English learners made then? Use that chat. Where are they made?
And a lot of elementary coming across.
Yep, right? And that in and of itself prompts some additional questions, right? And this is not to say that, like elementary schools are doing a terrible job. It's just that something systemically is happening, right? We see it happening across the state. This is not a phenomena that is limited to a geographical pocket, right? It's something that is in our systems and continues to be in our systems. And uncovering the why can be challenging, but I have some ideas, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later on. Also, Our students who are at risk are those students who are not making progress and have been enrolled more than 4 or 5 years. The assumption here, though, is that they are receiving consistent comprehensive ELD, which is both integrated ELD and designated ELD. That's the assumption, right? That those years that they are enrolled, they are receiving comprehensive ELD that is consistent and of quality. Same thing here. The assumption is that a student is truly at risk of becoming a long-term English learner if those 4 or 5 years that they have been enrolled in and are not making progress has been consistent and of quality. Because if we cannot confirm that, then is the student truly at risk of becoming a long-term English learner because of their own lack, quote unquote, of ability, or because that instructional piece hasn't been provided consistently? So again, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that, setting the context here for our conversations later on. And here we are looking now at our EVER-EL data. So we're pivoting now to look at specifically students who were at one point in their academic career linked to where they are as an English learner. So we know that a student who is identified as reclassified fluent English proficient started off as an English learner and was reclassified because they were able to meet for the 4 reclassification criteria. So that's this group right here in this teal color. So around 47% is the percentage of students who are reclassified fluent English proficient. Next, here we have English learners who have been enrolled and have been identified as English learners for 0 to 3 years, 27%. Next, we have English learners who have been enrolled and identified as English learners for 4 to 5 years. We have 8.5%. And in this orange chunk right here, this orange slice, we have English learners who have been identified as an English learner for 6 or more years, 17.2%. This is all students statewide, all students who were English learners at one point. Now, here we are looking now specifically at risk, LTEL, and not at risk, statewide. So statewide, around 48% of students who at one point were English learners are reclassified. 27% have been English learners for only 0 to 3 years. Therefore, they can't be at risk or at risk. Next, at risk, meaning that they have been English learners for 4 to 5 years and are not appearing to make adequate progress, 6%. Here are students who have been English learners for 6 or more years and have not made adequate progress, 10%. And here we have our students who are English learners who have been an English learner for 4 or more years, but are not at risk. So they're still keeping up on that upward trajectory towards meeting English language proficiency. So they're making progress. And that looked good. It gave me some information. It gave me something to ground my understanding in. But now let's look at comparing once we stop looking at aggregate data and start looking at disaggregate data. So let's separate those data points and look at English learners without disabilities right here. So no IEP. And English learners with disabilities have an active IEP? Let's break it down. So when there are no disabilities present and you're an English learner in the state of California currently, 24-25, 50% of our students who are English learners without disabilities are reclassified fluent English proficient. So at one point in their career, they're an English learner, but now they're in our system as reclassified fluent English proficient. Let's hop on over to our English learners with disabilities. And as you're having ahas, wonderings, drop them into the chat, but if a question pops up, go ahead and add it into the Q&A. So as I'm talking and walking through it and things are standing out to you, use the chat. We'd love to engage with you. When we're looking at English learners with disabilities, 34% are reclassified fluent English proficient. This, when we looked at the 24-25 data this year, was incredibly like positively impactful because there has been about a 10% increase in just the last 2 years of reclassification of fluent English proficient, for students being reclassified as fluent English proficient. And I think this has a lot to do with the work of districts, sites, COEs, at really facilitating that conversation around reclassification procedures, the exploration of accessibility resources, training on designated ELD, integrated ELD, looking at how ELP assessment is provided. So the growth has been ever present. When we started doing this work a couple of years back, we are in our second iteration of the grant. We had reclassification rates as low as 14%. So the growth has been astounding. However, there is still room to grow. There always is. Because as we start looking at our students without disabilities who have been English learners for 0 to 3 years, we're at 28%. Students who are English learners with disabilities, we're at 22%. So, I mean, not too far off. 6 percentage points is a bit, but not too far off. Those who are not at risk, 11% for students with disabilities, 9% for students without disabilities. But it's when we get here to this orange and green chunk, right, that it gets a little worrisome. So students without disabilities who are at risk of becoming a long-term English learner, we're at 5%. English learners with disabilities who have been at risk, who are at risk because they've been English learners not making progress for 4 to 5 years, we're at 11%. Green slice here are our long-term English learners. We're at 8% when you're an English learner without a disability. 22% for students with disabilities. So stark difference there. 14% difference there. And then if you put them together, those who are at risk and long-term English learners already, we're at 33%, whereas over here we're at 13%. So I want to give you a couple of seconds to drop into the chat any ahas, any wonderings, or any confirmation to what you have believed to be true. And also, if you'd like, answering the prompt. What does this look like in your LEA or school site? Do you have access to this information? Jessica, do you mind being my eyes and ears?
Yes, yes. All right. So we see that the data is similar in their LEA, so that's why they're here.
Yes.
Yes. The older the students are, it seems like the less likely they'll be reclassified. A lot of similars to the data.
hmm hmm
There's less reclassification for English learners with disabilities.
hmm Yep.
And there's also that impact of the alternate LPAC that it's been helpful in the getting the students eligible for reclassification.
That's fantastic to hear. Yeah, so again, patterns statewide, right? Nothing new for most of us. We sort of like knew this to be true, and the data confirms it, right? Has there been progress? Absolutely. Is there still room to growth? Absolutely, as well. And so, like, just thinking back again, looking at data points, and I promise we'll be done with the data soon. Just looking at those disability categories and how our English learners meet eligibility criteria. Um, so that's really important to see and know, because just how we said that English learners are not a monolithic group, neither is any other student group. Same with disability. So I think it's important also for some of our friends to remember that there are 13 distinct disability categories. And although autism is the only one that has spectrum attached to autism spectrum, there's a spectrum in every single one of these disability categories, right? There, it can look many different ways, how it is that it happens, right? So, knowing that there are 13 distinct disability categories and that no disability group is monolithic as well, we recognize that there is varying depth and complexity within each disability categories. And if any of you have someone you love who has an active IEP, who had an IEP, who has a disability, whether identified or not, know this to be true. There's a saying in the autism community, my son's on the autism spectrum. It's like if you've met one kid with autism, you've met one kid with autism, right? It can look many different ways. And same thing with all of the other disability categories as well. There's varying depth and complexity even within those disability categories. And even as I ask this question in relation to SLD, SLI or autism, speech language, specific learning disability, speech or language impairment, and autism, we know that there's a spectrum of what this could possibly look like, but we also recognize that there are three things in common, right? When we're talking about specific learning disability, speech or language impairment, and autism, and that is an impact to language. And this is going to figure largely in our conversation later on, specifically related to ELD instruction, because disability requires supports. Disability needs require those accommodations for some of our students, right? And being well aware of how the disability manifests across contexts is going to be important as we are seeking to support our students in providing them access to quality ELD instruction. So, all of that to say that Vanessa Lopez on her own can't do it. Jessica Carruthers Rahiltis on her own can't do it. None of us can do it on our own. We require to build up our team, build up that multidisciplinary team, because this work requires a team lift approach. And we do that via the multidisciplinary team approach. It's very important that we promote collaboration between all departments so that we can support connecting of those silos. Those silos are necessary. I always say this because I believe it to be true. We need experts. We need experts in their field. What we need, though, is we need that connectedness where we can collaborate and build our collective expertise from each other. We want to integrate and align English learner and special education services to best support our students. And missing there is also general education, because I think that on this aligning and integrating systems, because it absolutely has that point in the conversation where many of us, if you are an English learner specialist and ELD TOSA, where we've come across a situation when someone will say something like, oh, well, they're an English learner, so I can't support them. They need to go to you for that. Same thing in the special education side of the house, right? Like, oh my goodness, like that student has an IEP and I don't know how to support students with disabilities. So they need to go to you for that. And we know that not only is this not most conducive for an inclusive experience for our students, but it also perpetuates the othering of our students, right? And it also allows us to um, play what I like to think of as pinball, right? Where the students are going to different people to get different things, and not putting the expertise together to best support the needs of the student across contexts, right? And that takes building multidisciplinary teams because, as I said, we don't know what we don't know. However, when we connect with others, we are able to learn more about how to support our students. Supporting each other is incredibly important because it doesn't matter how many hours of PD you sit in, this one included. Um, what matters is who you have around as your system while you're doing the work, while you're in your site supporting students. And building that local multidisciplinary team is important, but also that regional multidisciplinary team to gather information and learning, because reclassification on the surface can seem very overwhelming. And we're hoping that after your time with us today, and then also on day one, we can have a conversation around reclassification that doesn't seem that overwhelming. And to recap the process briefly, I'm going to hand it over to Jessica so she can take us through reclassification criteria. Jessica?
All right. So we're going to go ahead and go through, Vanessa mentioned the reclassification overview. Um, this on this next page, we have a resource that we created just to kind of cover. It's a one pager that looks at what are those criteria, what are some elements related to it, whether it's locally determined, if there's a recommended use of a resource, and then also some related resources on the bottom, some tools that might help with observations or looking at some things that the students needs in order to make progress. So when we look at the reclassification criteria overall, next. We see that I'm sorry, I'm going to go back up for a second there. When we look at reclassification, one of the things that we do like to do is really ground ourselves in what does that mean. So we definitely wanted to put that in here of what that definition is. And it's when multilingual learners demonstrate that they have acquired the necessary English skills to be academically successful without specialized support, meaning without that comprehensive ELD. Then we can go ahead and say that they are truly fluent English proficient, right? And we can go through that reclassification. But until that they've met that and don't need that level of support, we still have to work on it, right? So we have the 4 criteria that are laid out for reclassification, and they haven't been changed since 2015, 2016 school year, but there has been in the last year or so that clarified guidance towards some of those criteria. So we have that overall, criteria 1 is that English language proficiency assessment. 2, we're looking at the teacher evaluation. 3, we're involving those parents and getting input. And then 4, we're looking at students' performance. We'll dig a little deeper into each of these areas, but because we went through it in day 1, we won't go too far with the resources. But if you do want access to those, we have the recorded video of that session as well as the resources linked on our our webpage, and we'll put that in the chat again in a little bit. So again, that English language proficiency assessment is that objective assessment instrument. And since 2019, we've had it in place that we're looking at that overall score or performance level of 4 on the LPAC, the summative LPAC, or we're looking at the overall score of a 3 when we're looking at that alternate LPAC. And again, those are for the students that are eligible, and we'll look at that in a minute as well. As mentioned, we have the two choices. They're both, within the LPAC. Before, for the alternate assessment, we had the VCALS or the ALPI, or it was locally determined. But since the alternate LPAC came to be, that is part of our criteria. So we have that summative LPAC overall performance of 4, as mentioned, and alternate LPAC overall performance level of the 3. And if we meet those at that ELP assessment, meet that criteria, then they're eligible. We can go forward to the next step. Criteria 2, 3, and 4 are still locally determined at this time. And it's really important that we look back at our EL master plan, or what are those district procedures, to make sure that they're including language around our duly identified students. So, when we're looking at that teacher evaluation, are there considerations considerations for those duly identified students? Same with parent involvement and student performance. For criteria 2, when we're looking at that teacher evaluation, we want to make sure we're looking at, we want to include but not limited to the review of a student's curriculum mastery. So it is a full set. We're looking at going in and doing observations, looking at what the student is doing. Go ahead. And we want to make sure that we're not basing that off of opinion, right? We're not looking at solely at teacher opinion, but rather what is that thank you, based off of data, right? And we want to make sure that we're having that locally determined way of that we're setting up teacher evaluations to ensure that it's across the board. And again, this one is locally determined, and there is a CD a recommendation that we're utilizing the Optel, which Vanessa so lovely went into it last time that we met and provided some video models of how that might look like when we're having the conversation around observations and what's being observed, and also taking into consideration the different supports that the student might need, looking at linguistic supports versus accommodations, and so on and so forth. And there are different resources to support with the Optel implementation. We're looking at Canvas modules, there's a user guide, some sample scripts, as well as webinars and frequently asked questions. And then this next slide, we're looking at just some of those linked resources. You have the Optel itself. This is the teacher evaluation portion. The next is that user guide, and then the Canvas modules that really take you step by step. The next part, the third criteria, is that parent involvement. We want to make sure that we have meaningful parent involvement, just like we would when we're developing IEPs and looking at student needs and student present levels and all of that. We want to make sure that we're doing that in the same process. And it is very much of an opinion, we're getting parental consultation and opinion, not necessarily consent. So looking at that, and then this next piece is just, again, those resources. We have that consultation form for parents where we can document that user guide that, again, looks at how can we have that, how do we complete this, and then the Canvas modules that walk us through it as well. When we're looking at 4, we're looking at student performance and making sure that we're doing that comparison of student performance and basic skills. And again, this is something that should be laid out in our EL master plan, right? When we, it's really important we look at those and see, does it have some reference to our students with disabilities? Are there some considerations when we're looking at what assessments that are being, or what skills are being looked at, or performance on basic skills and the assessments that are being used? Here's some additional information looking at that. We want to make sure that we're also looking at students, of course, in the same grade. Go to the next one. And there's just some different little check boxes that we think of when we're looking at those basic skills. Are the assessments identified by the LEA? Are they measured by a set score or point span? Are they administered to all students, not just English learners? And then also we want to make sure that we're not setting up if we have a student that has the overall summative LPAC of 4, or the overall summative alternate LPAC of 3. We want to make sure that their learning deficits doesn't preclude them from meeting this criteria. I think Vanessa always says this very well, is getting that one can be very hard to achieve. And I don't know if Vanessa, if you want to put it better than I do, but getting that one, that ELP is really something that we want our students to be able to show and achieve. But sometimes this basic skills piece is truly that barrier to get our students reclassified because we're not including that language and ensuring they have access to whatever that skill might be.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jessica. Yes, so in our conversations across the state, so there was this like prevailing belief that criteria one was the one that was keeping kiddos from reclassifying. But then in engaging in empathy interviews and working with different districts and their EL coordinators that oversee the reclassification process, they were finding that students were meeting criteria one and they were still not being reclassified. Once they engaged in deeper investigation, they realized that the barrier was the basic skills component of reclass criteria. Why? Because in the EL master plan, which is what dictates what you use for criterias 2, 3, and 4 in your LEA. So every LEA has a different EL master plan. You get to make your own. So in a lot of LEAs, criteria 4 for basic skills had very rigid considerations in relation to how a student meets basic skills. Some of them were, made sense, but some of them were interesting, to use one of my favorite words. So, for example, for basic skills, a lot of times it was overall GPA. And the question is, how is it that we can account for variability in how people grade? Right? So, what percentage is note taking in relation to basic skills like ELA, like literacy, like all of those different elements? And another element that we found in those conversations was that the criteria for language in the EL master plan didn't have any specific considerations for students with disabilities. So, there wasn't like not necessarily a caveat, but there wasn't any, for students who are dually identified, basic skills will be compared against monolingual peers with similar disabilities. There was no language to capture that. Um, so then again, we're saying that here's a student with a disability that's documented, that meets legal definition, yet there's no accounting for that in the EL master plan language. So yeah, it was interesting to have those conversations. But then again, a benefit to that is that after having these conversations, a lot of these folks went back to their ELAC and they requested to update the reclassification section of their EL master plan to be more inclusive of all English learner students, including students who are English learners with disabilities and students with extensive support needs and significant cognitive disabilities that would benefit from taking the alternate LPAC instead of the OG LPAC because a significant cognitive disability is present. So again, what may appear to be a barrier is oftentimes an opportunity to go back to the drawing board and be more inclusive in the development and implementation of our policies and structures. So thanks for that, Jessica.
There was a question that was in reference to criteria 2 and 3 with the use of the Optel. And yeah, that's definitely used for students that take the summative LPAC. There isn't one in place necessarily for the alternate LPAC, but I don't know if Vanessa, you want to share a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so the Optel as you see it right now currently has been approved for use with the summative LPAC, not the summative alternate. However, how the Optel is structured can help guide teams in determining if a student not determining, but in looking at criteria 2 and 3 as a guide, not necessarily as the tool. Why? Because criteria 2, 3, and 4 are still very much locally determined. I know that there is a lot of conversation around either taking a look at the OPTEL as a starting point or developing a separate tool that is aligned with the alternate LPAC. And the reason that it's not for use with the alternate LPAC is that the alternate LPAC is aligned to the ELD content connectors. And yes, the content connectors are linked to the ELD standards, but they are reduced in breadth and complexity. So there needs to be some work there to ensure that it is truly reflective of how students how the OPTEL for the Alt LPAC, for students who take the Alt LPAC, is aligned to those ELD connectors.
I was speaking with my mic off. So that was a quick review of reclassification. Was we went further in depth with each criteria on that first day. So if you do have any questions or want a little bit more information, you're more than welcome to go on there and go through that first video as well as the resources, and then ask questions in the chat. I see some questions popping up, but it is time for our break. So we're 5 minutes over, but that's okay. Good conversation. We'll go ahead and start a break now and come back at 9:45. Sound good? Okay, we will have a return time at 9:45. Get some coffee or something good to drink, and we'll see you back in a few. All right, welcome back. Hopefully y'all got a nice break. Maybe a little caffeine. All right, we're gonna jump right back into it. Just so to share, Vanessa threw in the chat a link to the reclassification criteria, the information regarding that from the CDE site. So she dropped in a web link as well as the link, I believe, to the letter of guidance that was sent out of February of this year, that just really comes back and clarifies what those reclassification criteria are. All right, and this is what our the presentation is based off of, is off the criteria as stated by the CDE, and then we're looking at how we can further support teams from there. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and keep going. We went over briefly of those 4 criteria, and then we're going to go ahead and let's see, jump to this. Coming back to that ELP assessment, right? We're looking at criteria 1. How are we getting our students to that summative LPAC overall score of 4? And how are we getting our students that are taking that alternate assessment to that overall level of 3, right? How do we get there? And there's a lot of pieces that we need to go back, and Vanessa always uses this one, the be kind and please rewind, right? Go back and really think about, like, what are those things that we need to get our students to get there? English language proficiency. We're looking at how do we improve that overall. And there's so many different elements to consider. So that's what we're going to go into next, is look at some key considerations that we've identified when we're looking at supporting students that are duly identified and improving their English language proficiency. So there is a resource that's linked here. You might have seen it before, but it was, maybe I think it was sideways and there were 5 pillars, but now we've gone in, we've added additional resources, and we're looking at those 5 key considerations, which are English language proficiency assessment. So we'll spend some time looking at that, reviewing that special education eligibility report. What is that student's disability? What are those different things that are related to that? The historical review of LPAC scores. So going back, what does the LPAC participation look like? What does comprehensive ELD look like for that student, and what has it looked like historically, as well as developing those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives and making sure that those are embedded in the student's IEP. So first one up is that English language proficiency assessment. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing is going back to the IEP. What does it say? What does that individual student's IEP say? Does it have does it say that the student has accessibility resources? Have those accessibility resources been changed to or updated to support the student's needs? Are there domain exemptions in place? Is the student eligible for domain exemptions? What assessment is the student taking? Are they taking the general OG LPAC, or are they taking that alternate LPAC? And we'll go through each of those elements a little bit further. So briefly, what is the summative LPAC? It's that English language proficiency assessment that's aligned to those ELD standards. It's computer-based, yet in one area that of writing for K-2, it is paper pencil. There are domain exemptions can occur with the summative LPAC based off of student needs and in rare circumstances, and we'll get into that. And then it develops this overall score, as well as these individual scores by domain. Here we have just a little image that helps us understand what does that look like. We have that overall LPAC score that comes from the scores that are developed within the domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So they're assessed with 4 different parts. Each one receives a score. And then it's further broken up into, we can see where we have receptive language, listening and reading, and we're looking at that expressive with speaking and writing. And then also it's divided by 2 composites. We have that oral language, which is that speaking, listening, and then also the written language, that is that writing and reading. All right. So when we look at statewide data, we can see that for all students, we have 15.53 proficient, right, that are receiving that level 4, well developed. 32.4 and that moderately developed, close. Level 2, 28, level 1, 23%. And that's based off of those overall LPAC scores. Students without disabilities are about 17.13% proficient. And then our students with disabilities, so our duly identified students, are at that 7% proficiency, right? Which is neat to see. I mean, we have that 7% proficiency level. And then at that level 3, we have 23% of students. Level 2, 37, and level 1, we're looking at that 32%. Okay, and again, that's that overall LPAC score. And then we can go a little bit deeper, right? We can see, okay, well, what does that look like per level? This is just broken down again, looking at level 4, we have 4% and so on. And then we can also look at the trends per grades. And we looked a little bit at this last time when we got the opportunity to explore our own local data. And if you're interested in doing that, there is a link that takes you to the site where you can go in and look at what does your own local data look like. All right. Does anyone notice anything or want to share out anything that they see based off of the last data page and this one? You can just type it in the chat. All right, level 3% is in flat. Kind of across the board. Yep.
I think it's interesting how there's like an upward trajectory, like between grades 1st and 4th, and all the way through 6, and then it sort of drops 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yep. Yeah, it kind of has like a little trend of flow. All right, let's keep going. We got more to see. All right, these are the reporting level descriptors, and we're looking at, if a student is at a level 4, what does that look like? The student is well developed. And then the neat part to really look at is that what does it look like with the level of support? They may occasionally need help using English. Level 3, moderately developed, and we see that they sometimes can use English to learn new things, and they may need help using English to communicate. Level 2, somewhat developed. Level 1, beginning to develop. And then there's a resource tagged on the bottom that goes a little bit further in what those descriptions are in response to those levels. And then we have here that LPAC proficiency, performance level to that ELD proficiency level and what kind of supports that they need. So more than just numbers on the page that we say, okay, the student has a level 3 on the LPAC. Well, what does that mean and what can we use with what can we do to support that student in that area? So level 1, if we know that they're minimally developed, they're emerging English language proficiency, right? They require substantial linguistic supports. Level 2, somewhat developed. They're expanding. They require moderate linguistic supports. Level 3, moderately developed. They're expanding or bridging, and they require moderate to light linguistic support. And level 4, developed. They're bridging. They require light. At it per performance level, right? We can see that oral language performance and that written language performance. And we see that overall, it looks like that written language performance is the area that needs some help, right? That we have that 2.26%. And then at the oral language, we have the 18.8%. And so beyond that performance level, we can go even more granular. Go ahead and go to the next and look at it per domain. We have listening with that well-developed at 13.3%, reading 3.66%, speaking 37%, and writing 4.79%. Okay. And just looking at this data, thinking about your own local area, what does this reflect your own local LEA data? Are there any wonderings, any noticings that come up as we look at it? You can drop it in the chat. You see very similar. Awesome. A couple very similars. And sometimes we do see that reading and writing kind of fight for the second place for last place there. All right. Shocking to me that writing is higher than reading. Yes. Thanks for us for sharing that. Sometimes we noticed that last time, right? We were talking about how what could be that's impacting that, right? Is it that, I don't know how we mentioned it last time, Vanessa, but we were saying maybe it's more visible, right? Writing's been such a big focus. Is it, that the supports are in place, but maybe not for reading? All right, our students' writing is. Yes. All right, let's go ahead and keep going. So again, where can you find that data? The link's right there. And it really takes you through. You can look at your initial data, your summative. You can look at the alternate LPAC or the summative as well as a CASP if you want to go into that. So alternate LPAC. This is also that English language proficiency assessment, but it's specifically made for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. And it's aligned to those ELD connectors that are, again, made specifically for those students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. And those are linked in there as well. All right. And the way that it's developed, it's an online, it's linear assessment. And it's done so in an integrated manner. So when we're talking about the summative LPAC, we know we developed that overall score as well as the individual domains, whereas the alternate LPAC, because it's in an integrated manner, there is only an overall score. And we can't do domain exemptions because of that. We can't go and pull and say we're not going to participate in reading or writing. It's all together. And it's done in a manner that we assess the receptive skills, so looking at reading and listening, as well as the expressive, writing and speaking. So there's receptive type tasks, and there's also those expressive type tasks. And the administration of the alternate LPAC must be done so with the student's preferred mode of communication or modes of communication, because sometimes we have students who have established several modes of communication, and those can be utilized to support the student's access. So rather than just coming in and using maybe the picture cards that are available to support the assessment, but we're really making sure that we're integrating and taking into account What is the student's preferred mode of communication? Are they using buttons? Are they using AAC devices? Are they using picture cards, eye gaze? And you can go to the next one. Or are they doing by gestures, verbal language, whatever that might be, that we're preparing for that assessment with that in mind. And we're preparing those tools and making sure it's all integrated prior to assessing that student.
So Jessica, are you saying
Mhm.
that in the Alt LPAC we can use any and all of these?
Yes, yes, we can use any, all, we can use a combination of them. I'll give an example of when I was assessing a student. One student came in with picture cards, buttons, and it was picture cards, buttons, and there was one other, oh, and it was on a tablet, Go Talk. And it just depended on the type of question that the student was receiving, but that was something that I had planned, prior to. You can download those PFAs, you can look at the DFAs prior to, get those picture cards and start adapting it to meet the student's needs, right? And making sure it's very much individualized. And those are things that we can go back to the IEP and make sure that we're indicating. What does that preferred mode of communication look like? How does the student respond receptive type questions? How does the student respond to expressive type questions? And when we look at ELD a little later, we'll talk a little bit more about what those task types look like and how can we plan ahead, or how can we practice utilizing those preferred modes of communication to participate in those types of tasks.
So did you have to do anything to the test, or does the test already come set up for you to do it like this?
The test itself, the presentation form, the way it's presented, the presentation we're not adapting, right? It already has the visual supports embedded in the way that it's set up, simplified directions. It's very much modified to meet the student's needs. Um, and it's done so in a very systematic way, right? Very repetitive in the way it's presented. The part that we want to make sure we're adopting are the supports, the response options. What is that preferred communication? So we're kind of bringing in, just like we would in the classrooms, bringing those supports to make sure that they're being able to access. But again, those are things that are outlined in their IEP, whether it's the instructional supports, whether it's the preferred modes of communication, the various accommodations that that student might require. But those are the pieces that we built in.
So
We
just
built
to
in.
be clear, this assessment, the alternate LPAC, or students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, is set up so that student can use any of their preferred mode of communication or combination, and it's aligned to the ELD connectors, correct?
100%. Yes. Yes. We can adapt the way that the students respond and participate based off of their individual needs. Yes. And it's still aligned to standards that are at their needs. All right. So if we want to, and oh, somebody put in the chat and I popped up, and I think this is such a huge point. It takes the person that knows the student to be able to do that, right? And that's something that it calls out for, is when we look at the alternate assessment, it calls for a test examiner that is familiar with the student, that knows what their needs are. If I gave it to Vanessa, I said, you know what, this child, Joe, he uses this AEC device, but you know what, you need to give him 30 seconds of processing time. And then if he doesn't touch it right away, you need to go ahead and give him a shoulder tap to get him to prompt. And if he makes this face, he's going to need a break. I can tell her all those things, but how responsive can she truly be to his needs if she hasn't seen it before, right? And I think it's a lot of that missed opportunity to see what the students truly can do if we're not having someone that knows them and knows what those expectations can be. Like, how long can this child sit? If we're sitting down and we have breaks as an accommodation in the student's IEP, and we're sitting down and assessing a student 32 questions, I believe it's 32 questions in one sitting, and they got a level 1, do we truly give them the opportunity to participate and show what they know? Right? So just some things to think about is it needs to be somebody that knows a student, that's familiar with those resources, just like with somebody that takes the summative LPAC. We want them to be aware of what those supports are. And it's even more so with the alternate LPAC for students that maybe can't. then aren't going to be able to share what they need to be able to participate. So these lovely Moodle modules, and there's another one that's going to get added soon, kind of walk us through what it might look like for assessment. So Vanessa and I had the opportunity to participate in this, so you'll get to see our faces again if you watch them and hear our voices. But what it is you'll have to go ahead and log into Moodle to set up an account, but it's free. And they live outside the actual certification for the alternate assessment. So when we go in and we take the alternate, need to assess, you have to complete Moodle modules, right? But there's additional ones that live outside of that certification called the results are in, now what? And it walks us through what does that look like. So the first one is just an introduction. The next one is the modes of communication. And then it starts going into those task types. What does task type 1 look like, task type 2, task type 3, and how do we support those students? And then the latest one, and maybe something we could share, is how do we start developing ELD and some potential lesson plans to support. So we'll look at that a little bit later as well. All right. And yes, so again, those Moodle modules, and I saw a chat, those Moodle modules are what are give access or support teachers in becoming those test examiners. So here's some data when we're looking at the ELP assessment for the ELP for alternate LPAC, and we see that there's 22.84% at that proficient level, which is awesome to see. Awesome to see, right? We can see that our students are able to achieve a level 3 as well as improve their English language proficiency, right? We have 40% at that level 2 and 36.44% at level 1. And this, looking at this, thinking about before when we had our VCALPs or our ALPI or, however that whatever assessment you might have used, one of the big components is writing, but they were expected to actually do the physical writing or reading, and they were expected to do the reading without an additional support. So it's very hard to get that ELP criteria 1 met because of those areas. So now with that integrated manner and taking into account the students' needs and preferred modes of communication, we're getting students to be able to, at least statewide, to be able to reach that English language proficiency level of 1. Very exciting. And again, if you want to look at that data, there is that link that was there earlier that would take you through. And here's just another further breakdown of what that looks like. Fluent English proficient, and then you can see across the grade levels, what does that look like? And I really think it's interesting how we start picking up towards that later, junior high school area, that we start seeing that increase in proficiency level. Okay, here are the reporting level descriptors, and this is one of the reasons why the OPTEL doesn't quite align with this alternate LPAC, is because it varies in this. So a student that is fluent English proficient, they have sufficient English language proficiency, but they're still going to need some occasional linguistic supports, right? And they're going to require that to access adaptive grade level content. So we know they're going to, students with most significant cognitive disabilities are going to still require that adaptive grade level content because of their disability related needs, but those linguistic supports are going to be more occasionally used. Intermediate, we're looking at moderate English language proficiency with frequent linguistic supports. But again, that's with the use of the adapted grade level content. Novice English learners, we're looking at minimal English language proficiency with that substantial linguistic support. Okay. And then if you feel like reading, there's also the resource on the bottom that really breaks down what it looks like per standard. All right. So moving on, so we have that LPAC, the summative LPAC, we have the alternate LPAC, and then we have accessibility resources. So what are those supports that we're going to provide them to access that assessment? And it's really important to know, I think that we'd like to stress this, is that these supports can also be used on the initial assessment. Same as the alternate assessment. If we come in and we have that initial LPAC that needs to be taken and the student has, an IEP in place and it's oh, sorry. And the team discusses and identifies that area of need. They can use that assessment as for the initial assessment. Same for those accessibility resources. All right, and then there's some resources. If you want to go back just on that first page that we look at, we have that matrix. It's updated yearly. There's a lot of new stuff in there this year that I was going through. It's pretty interesting, as well as these infographics on the side that break down. The matrix, you're going to get the definitions and the how-to and which assessment. The next ones are more targeted towards the LPAC and broken down just by the label of what they are. This next resource is the LPAC Student Needs Matching Tool. It's a relatively new tool, but it really helps can help guide teams when we're saying, you know what, the student is taking the LPAC and they have an area of, they need support with executive functioning. It's not necessarily towards the disability, it's not towards the disability specific, like, oh, they have autism and they need XYZ supports, but rather looking at what is that area of need and what are the supports needed. So for example, it's supportive executive functioning, or maybe it's support with persistent calculation disability. And there's more additional ones within that resource, but looking at what are some supports that can support that area of need. Does it mean that you use all of those? No, right? We want to make sure that we trial them with student, see if they're appropriate, and then give them access to the assessment if possible. And then sometimes we'll also find that they're going to need stuff outside of those boxes, or they have 2 areas of support or 3 areas of support, and we'd have to pull from different areas as well, right? And then we have this accessibility resource, and I have been doing alternate LPAC since it came out, and I didn't find this one until last year. So it was like a pocket of gold. But this is specifically towards the alternate LPAC and the resources that are eligible for that, that we can access for that assessment. And it's really neat that it looks at what are some of those recommendations tied to that universal tool, or that's designated support or accommodation. So I think breaks is a big one that sometimes can be underutilized, but it really talks about, if you're using a break and we're looking at the alternate LPAC, a student may break whenever they need one. So if they have to take a break after every 2, and it takes time, be the first one to say, it takes time, and time is, not always something that we have, but it really lays out that if a student needs a break, let's take one. That can be after 2 problems, right? We do number 1, number 2, and then we take a break. We do number 3, number 4, take a break. And we go at the pace that best meets the student. So anyways, it's a really neat tool that really breaks down what each of those supports can look like to really give them access to the alternate LPAC. The next piece that gets also laid out are instructional supports. So what are those instructional tools or supports that are within that student's IEP or within that classroom practice that the student can use during their when they're taking the CAA or the alternate LPAC. So things such as the student's use of the AAC device, the test examiner assigns to the student as the language of instruction, so using sign. A nonverbal student or non-speaking student responds with gestures, movements, or vocalizations in place of speech. Eye gaze as a way to indicate response. So that's just, are they using their eyes to make a choice? The test examiner accepts a change of muscle tone or maybe a change of facial expression as an observed. So are they, maybe smiling or maybe just moving towards? The test examiner permits a student to direct another person. So maybe the student is able to hold an adult's hand and move it towards the answer, and that works as well. The student can use a calculator. This is specific to the CAs, but for anything beyond the 3rd grade work. So just some additional tools. So back to the summative LPAC is we want to make sure that when we're looking at those accessibility resources, we're not just looking overall. We're not saying, you know what, they received a level 3 on the LPAC, and I think they need this and this or this. We want to really break it down. What does it look like for listening? What does it look like for speaking? And then identify those supports for each level. I'm sorry, for each domain. Domain exemptions. We did go over this last time, so we'll go over it pretty briefly, but they can be, again, just like the alternate assessment, they can use for initial or summative LPAC. not the alternate LPAC. I'm sorry if I confused that, but like the alternate LPAC, it can be used for the initial or the summative. These are for students that have a 504 or an IEP, and they're used in very rare circumstances. So it's when a student's disability precludes participation in one or two domains, or there's no appropriate accommodations for the affected domains. So we want to make sure that we're showing that documentation, that either that first choice or that second one, right? And then
It's
right there is
actually
linked.
and, so it's not
And,
or.
sorry, and, thank you, it is and, right in front of me. Thank you for saying that. So we want to make sure we have documentation that shows that, right? How does it preclude the student's participation? And how is that there are no appropriate accommodations? Thank you for catching that, Vanessa. Woo! All right. The next piece is, and it's going to say and in this tool, is the domain exemption decision-making tool. It's not something that's mandatory to be part of the IEP, but rather as a guide to have those conversations. All right. The next, and then again, the domain exemptions, how they can occur. You can have one or two, but only one can come from that oral language composite. So either speaking or listening. And if you're looking at that written language composite, it comes from writing or reading. Okay. Here's some examples of various scenarios when we're looking at domain exemptions. For listening, if you have a student that might be profoundly deaf and doesn't have an understanding of American Sign Language yet and isn't able to participate in reading closed captioning, that might be a student that's eligible for domain exemption. Speaking, a student that might have an articulation disorder or physical malformation that renders their speech impossible to understand, and even for this test examiner who might understand them is not able to. And there's not another preferred mode of communication, so speaking might be an area that's a domain that's exempted. Reading, a student that's blind but has not established or has knowledge of Braille, or maybe for writing, a student that has a disability that impacts cognitive, physical, or an intellectual disability that prevents expression of ideas in writing. And they don't have accessibility, they haven't learned how to use accessibility resources to support that area, right? So those are just some examples of where domain exemptions can occur. But again, we want to make sure that we have that documentation of how it impacts, as well as that there's no accommodations available to support that area.
Can I jump really quickly in to address
Yes,
something in the
jump.
chat because I think this is important? So a student can attain a 4. Let me go back to the to this one. So remember that we can only domain exempt 1 from the oral language composite or 1 from the written language composite. So here's a situation where, as an IEP, we met and we determined that the student's disability precludes participation in 2 domains because there are no appropriate accommodations for those affected domains. So I am going to be working with a situation where I might have to domain exempt speaking and writing for a student because there's a disability present that precludes participation and there are no appropriate accommodations. And I've exhausted every single combination of UDAs to make that domain accessible. However, I am now documenting in the IEP with my multidisciplinary team present that speaking and writing will be domain exempted. And then my site admin says, wait, Vanessa, you can't do that because I heard that you won't generate an overall, you can't generate an overall 4 if you're missing those 2. And also, I'm worried about generating a loss score, which is the lowest obtainable scaled score. And the answer to that is, again, from the CDE, you can in fact attain a 4 by domain exempting 1 from oral language and 1 from written language. So even with only 2 domains assessed, you can still generate an overall 4. Now, the reality is that the bulk of the weight is going to be now on doing very well on those 2 domains that are assessed, but you can still generate an overall 4 with only one from the oral language composite and one from the written language composite because the assessment is developed in that way. Recognize, and this has been, a development over the years and taking into consideration that some students will have absolutely a situation where their disability um, is precluding participation, and there is absolutely at this moment no available accommodation or accessibility resource to support that. So long way to say that yes, just with two domains, a student can still obtain a four.
All right. So alternate assessment, and we're coming back to the alternate assessment, but this is a resource that can be utilized during those IEP meetings when we're looking at is to determine whether a student is or is not eligible for the alternate assessment. Again, it's for the students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. And when we determine that the student is eligible for the alternate assessment, they're going to be locked into doing both this California alternate assessment when they are eligible for that, as well as the alternate LPAC. So it's not just, the alternate LPAC and then the general, SBAC, but rather they're taking both as alt. And that it's available for both initial or summative. The resource itself, I know that I think someone had a little question about, this is that tool that would help during those IEP meetings and having those conversations. And it really looks like we dived into it a little bit more that first day when we met, but looks at that rubric of the level of support that the student might require in various areas. You go to the next one, it'll share. We look at the different domains of conceptual, social, practical. What does curriculum, instruction, and assessment look like? What are those universal tools, designated supports and accommodations, and assistive technology? And this also really these conversations also really highlight the importance that we have a very strong IEP, so that it's very descriptive of the level of support is needed in each of those areas when we're developing it, right? So that we have something to refer back to as a reason for the student to be eligible. So this is just really quick an example of what that rubric looks like. If the student is falling under that one when we're doing a rubric in each of these areas, it's a student that requires no to minimal supports. Think general education. Go ahead.
Can when you wrap up that thought, let me know because there's a really important question in the chat regarding domain exemptions, and we can go back to it.
Perfect. 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 All right. So if the student, if we're scoring in each of these areas at a 1 point, it's a student that requires no to minimal supports. If we're looking at that 2, it's more mild support. So we're thinking a little additional. 3, moderate supports, and then 4 is more of those extensive supports. And when we do this rubric, we want our students primarily falling, if they're eligible for the alternate assessment, under those extensive supports. But it goes through a whole rubric process. We won't go into it much further today, but I invite you to go back to our video 1 as well as our resources from day 1, because it does have a little bit more extensive on this. All right, let's jump back to domain.
Yes, so let's go back to domain just because this is a very important conversation and it also applies to the alternate. So if we think back to the domain exemption conversation we had a couple of seconds ago, some of you are sharing in the chat, like, you know what, like now with what you've shared, I realized that for this particular student I'm thinking about, writing is a domain that, should be exempted. How do I document that we considered this thoroughly and didn't just start going domain exemption happy? Because that's another thing also, right, that we want to caution you against. It's just like saying like, oh my gosh, like here's this list of kiddos who can't quote unquote pass the writing domain, so let's just domain exempt all of them from writing. That's not what the purpose of this is. So number one, the student has to have a 504 or an IEP to be eligible for a domain exemption. Why? Because a domain exemption is contingent upon a disability precluding participation in one or two domains for which there are no appropriate accommodations for the affected domain. So you're in this situation and you are the EL or the assessment coordinator and you're wondering, okay, like how is it that this gets documented? And the answer is simple, within the context of the IEP. So this is an IEP team function. So this tool right here can help in making that documentation um, live in your IEP so that it can then feed into TOMS. So our IEP systems are set up so that they can speak to TOMS. Sometimes some districts, it depends on how your system is, you input those manually, but that determination as to whether the alternate is the assessment appropriate for the student or the OGL pack, or if domain exemptions are appropriate in the OGL pack, that is a function of the IEP team. So this resource is developed to support that discussion and the documentation. So I was always that nervous person that believed in the IEP police. So for me, like as a case manager, I wanted to make sure that all my I's were dotted and my T's were crossed and everything was just perfect, right? So for me, this tool helps me do just that. Oh, I thought we had it linked in here. Is it not linked? Yes, okay, here we go. So this tool, although it's not required, can help teams make that determination and document it. Why? Because it proves, number one, that you used a CDE vetted resource to make that determination. You're considering the student's demographic current data. You're adhering by code, and you're following these steps and considerations. So, as an IEP team, you could potentially document by saying the IEP team met and confirmed that the student has a documented disability in their IEP. The team has evaluated each domain separately and confirmed that each LPAC domain is accessible except blank. So it helps you really think through it and confirm that the recommendation you are making is appropriate and that you're following all of those points, right? So upon completion of this tool, you can also then sign off on this determination and use this form to keep it in the CUME file so that next year there is some documentation that the student had a domain exemption. It exists in the IEP now because the IEP team members documented it in the IEP, but it's also in the CUME file for the student so that it follows them wherever they go, that a domain exemption had been granted. Because remember, a general education teacher doesn't always necessarily have access to what's in SACE or CYRUS or Welligent, right? So then having this in there is also helpful because I noted in the chat that, sometimes some LEAs have an assessment team structure where they deploy an assessment team to multiple sites and they assess students. And they might not know that the student has an IEP or the extent of support needs. So they might not know if the student has mild support needs, moderate support needs, extensive support needs, and what accommodations are in the IEP or if domains are to be exempted. So having that form in there is incredibly helpful. So I'm hoping that this helped and explain like how to document it and what the process looks like, because then the same process is true for the alternate assessment confirmation worksheet, because now you have a tool, and Jessica briefly went through it right now, where you can say that we met, we determined that there is an initial eligibility, the disability that is present is in one of these areas. We confirm that the student has all of these needs on the far right 4-point column. We considered all of the practical, social, and conceptual domains. We also considered curriculum, instruction, assessment, universal tools, designated supports, accommodations, assistive technology. As an IEP team, we did our due diligence to determine that this student not only has extensive support needs, but also a significant cognitive disability that makes an alternate assessment that is aligned with core content connectors or the ELD connectors the most appropriate assessment for the student. You would use all of this information to document it in the IEP, print off these forms, stick them in the CUME, and now everybody is informed. SACE, the IEP management system, the CUME file that goes with the student, and also in TOMS. So hopefully this helped a little, I'm hoping, on how to engage in this process. And again, as a reminder, this is an IEP team function, so it needs to happen within the context of the IEP team. Okay?
All right. So, yes, so when we're looking at the alternate assessment, we mentioned alt for all. If they're taking the alternate LPAC, that means that they're taking the other, the SBAC, the science, all the assessments are going to be the alternate assessment as well. There is a 1% threshold out there. We have a link on the bottom to provide more information, but really looking at making sure that our student population, only 1% ideally would be taking that alternate assessment. And that's why that documentation comes in handy, is if we, are kind of pushing the boundaries on that 1%, but we have that documentation of, is it truly an appropriate assessment? It kind of just gives us something to have, to ensure that we are giving it out appropriately or giving students access to it appropriately. All right. Before you assess, so we're about wrapping up that English language proficiency assessment. It is a big piece, but some of those things when we're sitting down and we're getting ready to assess, actually it could be a little bit more ahead of time before the day before. We want to think about what are those accessibility tools that or supports that the student has. If we're reviewing the IEP and we're recognizing, you know what, this isn't addressing the student's needs, or we're reviewing it and we're like, you know what, they're also using masking in the classroom and it's been really effective. Oh, they're also using simplified test directions, and that really is helpful. We want to make sure that we're having an amendment and having that, again, discussion with in the context of the IEP and adding them within the IEP and not outside of that IEP. We want to make sure that we're gathering whatever materials that might be necessary. If there's a separate location that we're going to be assessing the student in, did we book it? Is it prepared? Is the person assessing the student aware of those accessibility resources? When we're looking at the alternate LPAC, we discussed kind of what that can look like. If you look at the Moodle modules as well, it'll kind of look at that as well. We want to make sure we're preparing ahead of time, not sitting down and assessing the student and it's the first time we looked at the DFAs, but really going in ahead of time, looking at it. What are those materials that are going to be needed to support that student's access? And yes, it does take a little extra time, but it's going to really truly give our students access to show what they know. And hopefully, ideally, we'll see that when we look at that English language proficiency, the scores at the end of the year or the next year. All right. And then these are just some examples. We're given choice cards, right? We're given yes, no cards, but how can we adapt it to really help our students, whether that be on, again, buttons, on Big Macs, on the yes, maybe we adapt. We use yes and no cards, but in the classroom, we use a green check mark and a red X, or we use a happy face, sad face, whatever it might be, but adapting it to the students, what the student knows and their preferred modes of communication, right? Or maybe we're going to get realia. There's pictures of a pencil, a glue, and a lunch pill, but my student is pre-symbolic and it learns best through having hands-on learning, right? It's going to respond best if I have manipulatives for them to respond to. So gathering those items does take, maybe a little bit of pre-planning time, but can definitely help support our students' access. Yes, hierarchy of visual supports is very important. We're not going just to single word or just symbol. We want to make sure we're looking at where is a student, whether it's at that realia, object, concrete-based learning level that they're at, or is it the picture symbols. So Vanessa mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we want to make sure that we note it several times. It's very important that when we make discussions regarding accessibility resources, domain exemption, which assessment the student's taking, that it's done so within the context of the IEP and it's documented, right? We're not outside the IEP and saying, you know what, these students, this student is gonna get a domain exception writing. Can you just put it into TOMS? Instead, we're really sitting down and having that conversation with the case manager, with the parents, with around who the student is to be able to make those decisions. Who's at the table? Hopefully, ideally, a multidisciplinary team, right? That really is able to bring in those different lenses to support those decisions. So before we jump into eligibility report, we are already at another break. So we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break again. We'll be back at 10:43. If you have questions, you can, while you're on your break and you're thinking of some, go ahead and drop them in the chat and then we'll get back to them when we come back from break. All right. So see you back at 10:43.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. I am trying to be the healthy person I believe I can be. I'm having some healthy snacks. Jealous, Jessica. I have a homemade one.
It's a Friday. I didn't
Okay,
get
yeah.
my pumpkin spice, but I did get my coffee.
Treat yourself. All right, let's jump into it with our eligibility report. Okay, so Jessica started us off with recapping reclassification criteria. Then she went into the specifics related to ELP assessment, whether it be the OG LPAC or the alternate LPAC. So now we're going to be kind and rewind some more. We're going to go back and talk about the eligibility report, also known as a psychoeducational assessment report. And that is that initial report that combines all of the assessment protocols, tools, observations from the multidisciplinary team that help establish initial eligibility for an IEP. Every 3 years, we also reevaluate to reestablish eligibility or potential exit, depending again on those assessment reports. However, in the context of our conversation around supporting English language proficiency toward meeting criteria 1, a reclassification process, we're looking at the eligibility report so that we can learn more about the student and how that disability manifests for that particular student. So let's jump into it. So it's important for us to consider that before we are assessing on the alternate LPAC or the OG LPAC, that we think about how the disability may be impacting language, specifically listening, reading, speaking, writing, right? In the OG LPAC, those are the 4 domains that are explicitly assessed. So what might the manifestation of the disability look like for listening, for speaking, for reading, or for writing? Also, what potential impact might the disability have on language acquisition? As an example, if we're thinking of a specific learning disability being the primary disability for a student, is that disability related to a disorder or processing deficit that is impacting one or more of those language domains? Also, is there a or multiple preferred modes of communication for the student? And a lot of this information will be included in that psychoeducational assessment report. The most important piece, typically within the context of an IEP team discussion, that we look at is what was that primary eligibility that was met, right? Was it under autism spectrum disorder, intellectual disability, deafness, multiple disabilities, et cetera, et cetera. So here's just a quick visual recap of the 13 eligibility categories that we went in depth on day 1. But we know that specific learning disability being at that high percentage of our students who have it identified as their primary disability, we can see that this basically means, SLD means that there is a disorder in one or more of the basic psychological processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may have manifested itself in the imperfect ability to listen, think, speak, read, write, spell, or do mathematical calculations. So again, it has to be a disorder in one or more of the basic psychological processes, not just underachieving, quote unquote, in academic areas. There must also concurrently exist a discrepancy between measures of intellectual ability and one or more of the following areas. If your assessment team is still using the discrepancy model, even though we know that patterns of strength and weakness is growing in popularity, and actually in our SELPA, that is the method that's used. But we're looking at deficits in oral expression, written expression, listening comprehension, et cetera, et cetera. And that specific learning disability is due to a severe discrepancy in one or more related to a processing disorder, again, processing disorder in one or more of the following areas: attention, visual processing, auditory processing, phonological processing, sensory motor skills, and cognitive abilities, including association, conceptualization, and expression. What is not SLD is when we see a lack of progress that is due to limited school experience or poor school attendance, environmental, cultural difference or economic disadvantage, intellectual disability or emotional disturbance, or, most importantly for our conversation, limited English proficiency. So SLD does not include visual, hearing, or motor disabilities, intellectual disabilities, emotional disturbance, environmental, cultural, or economic disadvantage, being an English learner. However, it does include dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, perceptual disabilities, brain injury, minimal brain dysfunction, and developmental aphasia. Then we had autism, which is typically our 2 or 3 on our top 3. And this, again, developmental disability that significantly affects verbal and nonverbal communication. And typically this is evident before age 3. Some of the characteristics that are most commonly associated with autism, but don't necessarily mean that autism is present, are engagements in repetitive activities and stereotype movements, also resistance to environmental change or change in daily routines, also unusual responses to sensory experiences. Um, However, the term does not apply if the child's educational performance is adversely affected primarily because the child has an emotional disability. So critical point here is that we talked about no group being monolithic. Same holds true for students on the autism spectrum. 31% of kiddos with ASD have an intellectual disability that is below 70. 25% are in that borderline range, and 44% have IQ scores in the average to above average range. So important to recognize this, right? That only around 30% of our students who have an autism eligibility marked off as their primary will also have an intellectual disability. So very important for us to consider that so that we don't make some assumptions and not presume competence in all of our students, right? Then we also have speech or language impairment, and that is a communication disorder such as stuttering, impaired articulation, language impairment, voice impairment that is adversely impacting the child's academic progress. And then here's a listing of some attributes: speech or language skills that are noticeably behind peers, inability to express ideas, improper use of words and their meanings, receptive language disorders, difficulty with understanding what is said to them, reduced vocabulary, interruption in the flow of rhythm of speech, etc., etc., etc. So one of the things that I'm hoping you're noticing is that there is a component of language in each of these. However, it's important for us to understand that language difference, meaning how language looks like, sounds like, and that language acquisition arc does not necessarily mean that a disability is present. So, again, important considerations going back to that psychoeducational assessment report. In that report, you're also going to have some information related to the cognitive level of the student, the linguistic level of the student. Sometimes you'll find LPAC scores referenced there and what those mean, the developmental level of the student's primary language, second language, overall performance in ELD, if that information is documented in that report, some background information that will tell us a little bit about their prior knowledge and experiences, some information that might be related to culturally relevant materials and experiences, as well as that student's heritage. In there, you will also sometimes find information related to communication and communication modes. So earlier within the context of English language proficiency assessments, Jessica talked about how in the alternate LPAC students can use their preferred communication mode. Oftentimes these are documented already in that psychoeducational assessment report. Typically, some of our students who are non-speaking or who have preferred communication modes that don't fall within the norm of speaking, right, the language, being able to write out the language, paper, pencil tasks. All of this information is going to be noted there because our speech and language pathologist friends have a wealth of training and knowledge and understanding in preferred communication modes for our students, especially those that are on their caseloads that they are providing supports and services as if they have met eligibility criteria under SLI. So all of that information is going to be present there for you to reference and build that robust student profile, because all of this is going to be important because it's going to inform how it is that our students access their ELP assessments, but also as we look into comprehensive ELD and instructional implications for our dually identified students in moving toward reclassification, this is going to figure largely in that process. So another element that I want us to spend some time on regarding those 5 initial considerations that support English language proficiency in our students is a historical review of LPAC scores. So we looked at the ELP assessment. Are they taking the alternate or are they taking the OG as it is? The OG LPAC, are they taking the OG LPAC with accommodations? Are there domains being exempted, etc.? Looking at that psychoeducational assessment report to know that I should be considering cognitive level, developmental level, mode of communication, and also knowing that I want to know what their trajectory of English language acquisition looks like. Ideally, we're also looking at performance during ELD instruction, but as a starting point, historical review of the LPAC scores is important. So, what do we mean by a historical review of LPAC scores? Well, we know that we want to review the students' historical LPAC scores, just as that states. So, what were they scoring at overall in 2020, in 2021, in 2022, last year? Is there a pattern? Do we just look at overall, or are we also digging deep into the domains? What does this data collection process look like? And how do we make this data visible and digestible? Because if it's just a spreadsheet, that doesn't mean much to a lot of us. We want to consider who is looking at the data and what story the data is telling. Is the story telling us that we should pay attention to these patterns of growth? Are there patterns of need? Is there some level of plateauing? And if we're noting areas of need or areas of plateauing, are there changes to instruction implemented? And where are these noted? Is it making its way into the IEP? Are we looking at that eligibility report to help us make sense of why we're seeing some areas of continual growth or of plateauing? And also, super important, are we considering extrinsic factors? What else in the student's life, given their dimensions of identity, be impacting what it is that the student is demonstrating through their historical LPAC scores, overall and by domain? So, for students who are participating in the summative LPAC, is there a specific domain or domains that, based on that eligibility report, I know are going to be impacted by the student's disability? There's an orthopedic impairment. The student has a lot of supports identified for the writing component of the domain. Writing tasks are done with the support of A, B, C, and D. Am I seeing the impact of those support needs being provided or not impacting domain scores? And are these negatively impacting across at least two consecutive LPAC administrations? And I bring this up because this is critical. So the IEP is developed considering the student's disability related needs, and accommodations are identified to support where the student is in relation to content area learning and manifestation of their disability and where we want them to be. So those accommodations are meant to support bridging that gap. If certain accommodations are called out to be in place for instruction and assessment, and these are not consistently being provided, it's going to absolutely show, because we might not be seeing what the student is truly capable of if those disability related accommodations are not being impacted, are not being implemented. And as a precursor to that, are we having meaningful conversations and collaboration with the ELD teacher, with the EL specialist, to discuss why some of our students are plateauing or are not growing, and any potential linguistic supports we should consider per domain. So again, in every aspect of our conversation today, the concept of the multidisciplinary team has been at the forefront. We want to ensure that we are building on each other's expertise so that we can select appropriate supports, whether they be disability related or linguistic supports per domain for the student. And the only way we can do that is by tagging in our friends who have expertise in those particular areas. So we talked about that historical review of the LPAC scores, but we also need to take a step back. Let's take a step back and consider that although we're talking about levels and scaled scores, that's not what's important. The numbers are not what's important. It's what it tells us. So a level 3, okay, great, there are 3. What does that mean? Oh, well, that means they're at a 1550. Okay, what does that mean? Right? So having those conversations is important, because when we look at this sample student score report, we can see that it gives us a wealth of information that is presented as text, but also supported with visuals. So I know now that based on this sample student score report, this young man, Fort M, Texas, is an overall 3 with a scaled score of 1550. Fort has moderately developed English skills and can sometimes use English to learn new things in school and interact in social situations. Oh my goodness, here's some information I can add onto the communication section of the present levels of performance. Fort may need help using English to communicate on less familiar school topics and in less familiar school situations. That's great information for the communication development section in the present levels page of the IEP, but that's also helpful for me, the ed specialist, as I am developing the IEP and considering linguistically appropriate goals. This is also great information for the general education teacher who is going to be providing integrated ELD support for FORT. This is also great information for me as the ELD teacher because I know that he is at that moderately developed level and that he is going to be able to use English to learn new things in school and interact in social situations, but that he's going to require help using English to communicate on less familiar school topics and less familiar school situations. So this page that goes home or goes into the CUME has a lot of very good information. And I had heard that these are no longer printed for all students. Before, it used to be that everyone got a copy and then you would get a copy in the mail. I don't know if that's still how it works, but I think I heard from someone that now you need to you need to order them for students. So if anybody could confirm or deny in the chat, that'd be great. So then it goes into explaining what the summative LPAC is and why it's administered. And then it gives you more information on what the scores mean. Page 2 of the SSR gives us a bit of information related to historical scores. However, these are overall scores. They don't give it to you by domain historically. What they do is they give it to you by domain and performance area here at the bottom. However, that doesn't mean that this isn't important information because look, here this little blue box says Fort's score increased from last year enough to reach a higher level. So in fourth grade, he was at a level 2, approaching that cut line, jumping into level 3. And then in fifth grade, he made some growth. If I look at this visually, it doesn't look like there is much growth. But if I look here, I saw that he grew 10 points. And I know that the cut scores can be different by grade level. But in grade 6, I see that he broke through that level 2 and 3. He is now a level 3 and he's at a 1550 and he appears to be more than halfway through level 3, approaching level 4. So Fort is making progress. This is good to know. But I'm also interested in the performance areas. I'm interested in the performance areas because I know that Fort has met eligibility under SLD, and I know that there are some concerns related to his phonological processing as well as visual processing. And I'm concerned. I want to know what writing looks like for him. So I'm looking at the oral composite, which is all about listening and speaking. So even if I forgot, it tells me here, my oral language composite is comprised of those two. Considering the oral language score, he's at a 1520, which means moderately developed. Okay, he's at that level 3 here too as a composite. But if I look across at the written language composite, he is also at the moderately developed 1580, slightly higher than the oral language composite. So his written language composite score is higher than his oral language composite. Okay, that tells me something, but it doesn't tell me everything. So now I'm going to look at the domain. Here within the oral language composite, I have listening and I have speaking. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Listening is at the well developed, whereas speaking is at the somewhat moderately developed. So listening is relative strength in this composite. When we look at the written language score, I see that reading Ford is at the well developed. However, in writing, somewhat moderately developed. Couple of things here. If I would have just looked at this 1550, I'd be like, okay, look, overall, he's doing great. He's almost at that level 4. He's making adequate progress. Then if I look here, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, yeah, he's in oral language composite and written language composite. He's at the same level. He's fairly consistent. He's making adequate progress at a consistent rate across domains. However, once I look at those individual domains, I recognize that that's not necessarily so. I know that in listening, he is going to require less substantial supports than in speaking. And same thing with the reading and the writing. So again, important because now I want to go back to grade 5 and look at those domains. Now I want to go back and look at grade 4 and those domains. And is this pattern consistent? And what does that mean for my instruction and for my development of the IEP? So that was all around the OG LPAC. Now let's talk about the alternate LPAC. So in a historical review of scores, we want to start off with understanding how the student's disability is going to affect expressive and/or receptive language skills. We also want to confirm that the student's mode of communication is clearly identified in the IEP, and if there is consistency within the psychoeducational evaluation report and the IEP. That's important because sometimes things can get lost. Has the alternate LPAC administration matched the student's primary mode of communication? And if not, what considerations and accessibility tools are being considered? So oftentimes, we find that some of our students haven't yet established a preferred or a single mode of communication, and there is a belief that they can only be limited to one. And no, the reality is that we are allowing students flexibility and access to their preferred modes of communication if there are multiple. So as Jessica alluded to earlier, there might be situations where students use 3 different modes of communication: Dynavox, picture cards, and maybe even some objects, depending on the task and purpose. So being well aware of what is being used during assessments is going to be important as we are interpreting those scores. Are the scores consistent? Are they not consistent? Are they reflective of allowing the student access to their preferred mode of communication and additional supports? Now, I wish I could tell you that the alternate assessment student score report gives you as much information as the OG summative. You're going to see here that this one gives you a very limited information, but enough to orient yourself to where the student is. So here, I want to direct your attention to this first section where they describe what the summative alternate LPAC is and why it's administered. Then it gives you additional information related to the summative alternate LPAC and lets you know that the student is going to be assessed until they are reclassified as fluent English proficient. It also brings us back to the use of the student's preferred mode of communication, and it is called out explicitly here. So I want to call your attention to this. So here, it talks about the 2 types of questions that are in the alternate LPAC. The alternate LPAC has receptive test questions and expressive test questions. So you're not assessing individual domains because, as Jessica mentioned, the alternate LPAC assesses as an integrated model. So you're going to get a receptive score and an expressive score. So here you can see that their overall was either a 1, a 2, or a 3. In Ford's case, he's a level 2. He's developing proficiency, a 650. It then tells you that Ford can sometimes use English to communicate and learn in school. He may need frequent help with English in order to learn grade level information that has been modified for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. This is code for instruction utilizing the core content connectors. Okay, remember that when we complete that alternate assessment confirmation decision-making tool, we are confirming that the student who's going to be taking the alternate assessment is going to be receiving instruction tied to the core content connectors or the ELD connectors. The alternate LPAC is aligned to the to the ELD content connectors. Therefore, if they're not receiving instruction on those ELD connectors, they are not going to do well here because the assessment, the summative alternate LPAC, is aligned to those ELD content connectors. Next, we also have information here that helps you make sense of what the range of scores mean, followed by Ford's score history. So it shows us that in grade 4, Ford was a 1. In grade 1, in grade 5, he remained a 1. But in 6th grade, he made it up to level 2. So we're seeing growth. We're seeing growth from year to year. So again, this gives us a starting point for conversations around how it is that we are reviewing historical LPAC scores, how we are building on those psychoeducational assessment reports by digging deep and pulling relevant information, because all of this then leads up to comprehensive ELD instruction. And comprehensive ELD instruction is the only way that we're going to get to quote unquote passing the LPAC, OG, and alternate. So we want to ensure that we are reviewing ELD instruction. And we want to ask the following questions. Is the student receiving comprehensive ELD, both integrated and designated? Not or, but both. So, California, all English learners must receive comprehensive ELD. This includes students with disabilities who are English learners. So you get both. And it's part of their Tier 1 core instruction, not intervention, Tier 1. The follow-up question here is ELD instruction aligned to the ELD standards for students who will take the LPAC? Or is it aligned to the ELD content connectors for students eligible for the alternate LPAC? Where does designated ELD instruction take place? And how has ELD instruction been implemented, beginning with when the student was designated as an EL? Remember those pie charts we saw earlier about students who have been an English learner for 0 to 3 years, 4 to 5 not at risk, 4 to 5 years at risk, 6 or more years long-term English learners. All of those years that they have been identified as an English learners, were they receiving comprehensive ELD, both integrated and designated? I don't know. Let's find out. Was that instruction aligned to those ELD standards if they were taking the OG LPAC, or the ELD content connectors if they're taking the alternate LPAC? Do I know where designated ELD instruction is taking place? Do I know what it looks like? Is it consistent? How has ELD instruction been implemented for this student who has been an English learner for 5 years and is showing that they may be at risk to becoming a long-term English learner? Has it been consistent and of quality? Because, as I mentioned, integrated and designated ELD are both part of an English learner's core instruction. So as a recap, what is comprehensive ELD? Comprehensive ELD is two types of ELD. So we provide the two types of ELD for our students who are English learners, including English learners with disabilities. So the first type of ELD is integrated ELD. An integrated ELD takes place across regular class time where all teachers with English learner students in their classroom use the 2012 ELD standards in tandem with the focal standards, meaning the Common Core State Standards for ELA, literacy, math, science, etc. And this takes place during content area learning throughout the day, and it's all about meaningful access to a full standards-based and relevant curriculum. So this is what's taking place, integrated ELD, taking place all day, every day across content areas, ELD standards in tandem with the focal standards. Now let's move over to designated ELD. Designated ELD is a protected time during the regular school day when teachers are using the ELD standards as the focal standards. So during this protected time, all instruction is anchored on the ELD standards. Why? Because this type of ELD content area learning allows students to develop critical English language skills, knowledge, and abilities that are needed for content learning in English. So here the focus is on language. Language is at the core of all learning. So we're developing language. And this is all about the opportunity to develop proficiency. So as mentioned earlier, comprehensive ELD instruction is aligned to either the ELD standards or the ELD connectors if the student is taking the Alt LPAC. During designated ELD, it's either or. So here are a couple of ELD instruction considerations, and I sort of touched upon this when we were looking at the student score report. Here is a student who is joining my class, and I'm thinking about what is ELD instruction going to look like for this student. He's an overall 3, and I'm going to plan my instruction to meet the needs of a student who's at an overall 3. However, as I'm looking at that historical LPAC data, because now I've been trained up in the importance of seeing their trajectory in English language proficiency, I know to disaggregate that data by domain. So now I'm looking and it's like, okay, yeah, overall 3. In listening, there are 3. In speaking, there are 3. Okay, okay. In reading, there are 3. Oh, in writing, there are 1. Okay. This is telling me something for my designated ELD instruction for this particular student. This student is going to require varying degrees of linguistic supports and instruction for listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So I'm not going to provide the same level of support for listening and speaking as I would for writing. And this is going to be important as we start wrapping our mind around the ELD standards. So just really quickly, show of hands, you can use the little thumbs up, or you can use like the yes, no, the red, green button, or the little hands in the chat features to let me know how many of you have received training, explicit training on the ELD standards. Just really quickly. And then Jessica, if you can like let me know like if we're getting, over representation of yes, no,
We're getting
or
we're
similar.
get we're getting a lot of yeses and now we're getting some nos in there. Yes, it's been a long time, somewhat. So a good mix.
Okay. And this is great to hear because surprise, surprise, this is not a surprise. It's a mixed bag everywhere we go, right? And it's oftentimes highly dependent on your current role or what your role has been. So earlier I talked about how I think silos are important, but here is one of the dangers of silos, right? So one of the things that typically happened in the 18 years that I was an ed specialist at my previous district. Special ed got what special ed got. ELD got what ELD got. Gen ed got what gen ed got, and seldom times did those roads converge. And seldom times were there opportunities for us to engage and share in that learning. So we're going to do a little bit of that right now because this is not an ELD training, but I want us to spend some time understanding why our students may not be meeting criteria one. And I know that some of you are thinking, oh my gosh, Vanessa, here she goes, land that plane. Like we live in a place where we can control some of these things. And I agree. I agree. There are many things like we have no control around professional, well, depending on your role, right? Around professional development. But if you're here in this room and you do, then here's something within your locus of control. Oh my goodness, like there's no time for this type of learning. If that's outside of your locus of control, whose locus of control does this land on? And who might you engage in a conversation with? Because this is, to me, the number one reason why our students are not meeting criteria one. There are other reasons, but this statewide and based on research, and I can link the research in it during lunch. It's the number one reason why students are not making adequate progress and why we are seeing so many students identified as being long-term English learners, including students with disabilities. So let's jump into the ELD standards briefly, and then we'll go in depth after lunch because it's really going to make us think. So let's introduce the structure briefly. So the California ELD standards focus on meaning making, right? We want to think about interacting in meaningful ways, which is part one of the ELD standards. It's up here. So I have it visualized in two different ways. Here's the full-on graphic, and here is the table format. Part two of the ELD standards is learning about how English works. Here we go, part two. Part three of the ELD standards is all about using foundational literacy skills. So, three parts to the ELD standards. K through 12. They're all organized in the same format. They're broken up into part one, part two, part three. So get that structure in your mind. All of the ELD standards, regardless of the grade level, are divided into three chunks. Part one, which is all about interacting in meaningful ways. Part two, learning about how the English language works, okay? And part three, foundational literacy skills. If you notice, there's this green arrow between part one and part two. And the reason that green arrow is there going back and forth is because in contrast to our ELA math and science standards, our ELD standards cannot be taught in isolation, meaning that you can't highlight, oh, today I'm only going to focus on one standard and teach that standard only. Why? Because they are dependent on each other. So in part one, we're looking at three communication modes: collaborative, productive, and interpretive. And you can't listen and speak when collaborating if you're also not connecting and condensing ideas, expanding and enriching ideas. In the productive mode, you're speaking, and your writing. And you can't speak and write if you're not structuring cohesive texts, connecting and condensing ideas, and expanding and enriching ideas. Part 1 of the ELD standards, the interpretive mode, calls for students learning using reading and listening to do what? Structure cohesive ideas and texts, connecting and condensing ideas, and expanding and enriching ideas. And underneath it all are considerations related to the levels. Is the student at the emerging level? Are they at the expanding level? Are they at the bridging level? And to support all of this, we have those foundational literacy skills that need to be developed, right? So, get it visualized? Part 1 or P1, because that's usually how we do shorthand for the standards, right? P1A, interacting in meaningful ways. P2B, learning about how English works. P3C, using foundational literacy skills, right? So those are the different parts. So think P1, interacting in meaningful ways. Part 2, learning about how English works. And part 3, using foundational literacy skills. Okay, now we're breaking it apart even further. And we're looking at part 1. So part 1, if we just go back to this graphic right here, was all about interacting in meaningful ways. But wait, there's more, right? It has part A, collaborative mode, part B, interpretive mode, part C, productive mode. Part 2, as a whole, is all about learning about how English works, but it has part A, structuring cohesive texts, part B, expanding and enriching ideas, and part C, connecting and condensing ideas. And underneath it all, that running thread of those foundational skills, right? Print concept, phonological awareness, phonics and word recognition, and fluency. P1, P2, P3. So now it's becoming a little bit more fleshed out, right? What are the ELD standards truly calling for? So now let's really jump into it. In part 1, I talked about how part 1 is all about interacting in meaningful ways, right? So think of the collaborative mode, engaging in dialogue with others. Then we have the interpretive mode, which is all about comprehension and analysis of written and spoken texts. Then the productive mode, creation of oral presentations and written texts. Each of these modes have corresponding standards. These are your standards right here. And remember I said that the structure is the same across grade levels? I meant it. Part 1, interacting in meaningful ways for kinder and for grade all the way up to the span 11-12 is going to be broken up into the 3 modes, and each mode with their corresponding 4 standards. P1, Section A, Standard 1, exchanging information and ideas. Standard 2, interacting via written English. Standard 3, offering opinions. Standard 4, adapting language choices. P1, still interacting in meaningful ways. Section B, the interpretive mode, where we're comprehending and analyzing written and spoken texts. Our 4 standards are Standard 5, listening actively. Standard 6, reading, viewing closely. Standard 7, evaluating image choices. Standard 8, analyzing language choices. Still in part 1, now section C, the productive mode. Here it's all about creating oral presentations and written texts, and we have 4 corresponding standards. Presenting, composing writing, supporting opinions, and selecting language resources. Do we do this in content area learning? Yeah. Remember what I said earlier? Language is at the core of all learning. We need language to do all of this, and we need all of this to access content area learning. So I gave you some food for thought, and now it's time for you to get food for reals. So we're going to take our lunch break right now. And if you would drop in the chat if you prefer 60 minutes or 45 minutes, and then we'll make a decision. Jessica, I'm putting it all on you to see when to come. Okay, yeah, no, 60 wins. I think we're getting like a full hour. However, that doesn't mean that we can't push through in the afternoon and be done a little early. If you would like that too. But I think this is the perfect time for us to break and go to lunch because we're going to continue with the ELD standard. So let's see. Um, how about somewhere in the middle, 12:25? 12:25? Okay. See you all back at 12:25. You can turn your camera off and your audio. You can mute your mic or you can just exit and then come back. Me, I'm the nervous type. I probably wouldn't exit, but it's up to you. Anyhow, see you in a little bit. Enjoy your lunch. So thank you everybody for coming back after lunch, hoping that you enjoyed your meal. You took some time to get some oxygen in and to have some time to really let some of those thoughts settle. And we're hoping that you also use that time to maybe start thinking of some questions that are sort of swimming around in our head so that we can address them in the Q&A section. There are a couple of questions there that still have not been answered. I am aware of that. I haven't forgotten. We're going to try to get to those as soon as we can once we're done with all of this today. So we left off going over, and I'm going to go back really quickly. Part one of the ELD standards. Again, just to orient you to the structure, the ELD standards are structured into three parts: part one, part two, part three. Part one was all about interacting in meaningful ways. We looked at the collaborative mode, the interpretive mode, as well as productive mode. Also, we see that we have 4 corresponding standards per each mode, with the engagement and dialogue with others having these 4 corresponding standards, comprehension and analysis of written spoken text aligning with these 4 standards. Also, the productive mode over here, talking about these 4 standards. So now we're going to move into part 2 of learning about how English works. So here we have the same structure again. You'll notice that you have 3 parts, and those 3 parts are part A, structuring cohesive texts, part B, expanding and enriching ideas, and part C, connecting and condensing ideas. So just like with the other ones, each section has corresponding standards. Part 1 had 4 standards in each section. This one has 2 for structuring cohesive texts. It has 3 for expanding and enriching ideas, and it has 2 for connecting and condensing ideas. So same structure for grades K to the grade span 11, 12. You're going to see the same organization. Part 2 will always be about learning how English works. Part A is going to always be about structuring cohesive texts. Part B is always going to be about expanding and enriching ideas. And part C is always going to be about connecting and condensing ideas. When we are structuring cohesive texts, Students are working to understand text structure and cohesion. Those are the two standards. When expanding and enriching ideas, the three corresponding standards are using verbs and verb phrases, using nouns and noun phrases, and modifying to add details. Then for part C, we have connecting and condensing ideas. And surprise, surprise, standard 6 is all about connecting ideas, and standard 7 is all about condensing ideas. And now, as I mentioned, part 3 is all about using foundational literacy skills. Here we're looking at print concepts, phonological awareness, phonics and word recognition, and fluency. And if these look familiar, it's because they mirror the K5 standards for foundational skills in our ELA standards. So all of this is important, especially within the context about comprehensive ELD, right? That integrated ELD and that designated ELD component. So I want us to think about a student who has met eligibility criteria under specific learning disability. So in going through the slides related to SLD, we know that students can meet eligibility for SLD if there is a processing deficit in any one of the psychological processes, which relate to the imperfect ability to do a variety of things. And we're looking at patterns of strengths and weaknesses, as well as potential discrepancies between ability and what the student is cognitively capable of doing. So here is the student who is receiving ELD instruction. And I know that his or her disability is going to manifest in certain ways. I also happen to know that this student has a secondary disability category under OHI. And he meets eligibility under OHI for generalized anxiety disorder. And the way that anxiety oftentimes manifests is by the student becoming selectively mute depending on the situation. So this is already telling me a couple of disability related needs that I'm going to need to be aware of and double check into that IEP so that I can ensure that those disability related accommodations are being implemented during instruction. So I'm considering, how do I plan instruction for this particular student? And because the ELD standards happen to be something that I'm not too familiar with, or I haven't received adequate training in, or it's been a while, I'm going to use this resource, which was published by LAUSD. And what they've done is they've taken the domains, like the listening domain, the speaking domain, reading domain, and writing domain. And what they've done is they've gone ahead and taken the task types, meaning the tasks through which the standards are assessed in the LPAC, and they've aligned them to each of those domains. So for example, here are, just starting from the top, these are the task types that exist within the LPAC through which the listening domain is assessed. Okay, so here we have listening to a short exchange. So in listening to a short exchange, the student hears a two-turn exchange between two speakers and then answers a question about the exchange. No mystery. This is exactly how the student is going to be assessed on the LPAC. And I also know that, according to this document, the ELD standards that are going to be addressed are Part 1, Section A, Standard 1. Also, Standard P1, Part 1, Section B, Standard 5. But also Part 2 of the ELD standards, and then Standard 2. So I'm going to give you some time to just really quickly, I know it's sort of small, but I think you can click it and it'll pop open to spend some time orienting yourself to this resource. I'll give you about 2 minutes to pop it open because I'm going to show you what you could do in relation to this resource and in aligning and designing instruction, specifically designated ELD for our students. So pop it open and take a look. So I'm going to pop open the resource. And you'll notice that it's going to take you to this folder where we have them organized by domain. Let me stop sharing so that you can see my new window. Okay, so you should be able to see a Google folder from Google Drive, and then you have kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third through fifth, and sixth through 12th. So select whichever one applies to your grade level. In my case, I'm going to pop open third through fifth. So in looking at third through fifth, like I mentioned before when we were on the slide deck, we have listening task types, speaking task types, reading task types, and writing task types. If you ever wanted a one-pager that outlines how the LPAC is assessed, here it is. To generate a score in listening, students engage in these 4 tasks. So here's the task type. Here's the description. And here are the standards it's assessing. If you've ever wondered how speaking is tested, it's through talking about a scene, speech functions, supporting an opinion, retelling a narrative, summarizing an academic presentation. And then you have a description of each test type, along with the standards that are assessed. Those bolded indicate that it is the strongest standard alignment. Same thing for reading. Here's how the reading domain is assessed. Here are the test types with a description at the bottom and those ELD standards that it addresses. And then finally, the writing test types, which are constructed responses, just like the speaking test types, hence expressive language. Here is the definition of what the test type is and how it's assessed, and then those standards. Now I'm going to go back to reshare the slide deck. And you'll let me know if you can see my slide deck back with the glasses and yeah, we got it. Is that what you're seeing? Okay, perfect. So I know that wasn't enough time for you to fully become familiar with that resource, but I'm going to help us break it down further. So as I mentioned, that top portion gives you the task type within the domain. So in this case, it's the writing domain for grade 1. You can see it right here. So here it gives you something really important to note. The writing domain task type is a constructed response where students show their abilities in writing in English. And another important thing to note is that in K1, kinder first, this is administered individually, one-on-one. So a student is going to engage with 4 different task types: writing a story together with scaffolding, describing a picture, writing an informational text together, and writing about an experience. Let's focus in on writing about an experience. Here, the student is going to be provided with a common topic, such as a memorable classroom activity or event, and is prompted to write about that topic. That's how it's assessed. The student is provided a common topic, such as, not limited to, such as a memorable classroom activity or event and is then prompted to write about the topic. Primary standard alignment is part 1C and standard 12. So I know that all of these other standards are also relevant to this task type, but this is where the primary alignment is going to come from. Now, that's great to know. However, let's talk about this particular student and what some modifications or adaptations to comprehensive ELD might look like. So here, the student is going to be expected to write about an experience. The student is then provided with a common topic, such as a memorable classroom activity or event, and is prompted to write about the topic. So this has variables. The common topic is going to be dependent on the student. Background knowledge, remember those little boxes that we had to consider background knowledge, culture, et cetera, et cetera? What is common for this particular student? And how is it that we prompt the student? And what does writing look like for the student? So you see how it's starting to bubble to the surface why disability-related accommodations are key in thinking about ELD instruction? Because if we think about the linguistic competence of our students, most of our students will be able to do this in one way, shape, or form. However, there's going to be variables to what some of these things look like. And think of the opportunities to replicate this assessment experience in the classroom and not just waiting for the assessment to take place where we're hoping that students are going to pass without having received explicit instruction on how to do this. So again, going back to what some modifications, adaptations to ELD practice look like, let's bring in back that layer of linguistic supports. In looking at linguistic supports, remember where we truly can call something linguistically appropriate if it is aligned with the student's English language proficiency. So here is that standard, part 1, section C, standard 12. So the standard is selecting language resources, selecting and applied varied and precise vocabulary and language structures to effectively convey ideas. Okay, but our kiddo is at a level 1. So I'm not even going to look at this over here for now. Right now, I'm looking at this just to understand where he is at this moment. So at this moment, having been identified a 1, the student should be able to retell texts and recount experiences using keywords. He is also going to use a select number of general academic and domain-specific words to add detail, perhaps adding the word scrumptious to describe a favorite food, or using the word thorax to refer to insect anatomy while speaking and writing. In order for them to do that, they're probably going to need some substantial linguistic supports. So what might that mean for instruction? Whereas a student is going to need minimal linguistic supports if they're able to do all of this on their own. So how is it that we're providing those supports? So I walked you through very quickly to how we can use the LPAC task types as a backdoor entrance to the ELD standards and giving us an additional lens of what comprehensive ELD could look like. And now to give us that same lens in a similar structure, I'm going to hand it over to Jessica to talk about what about ELD for students who take the alternate LPAC, because I know for some of us that can be a challenge to wrap our mind around. Jessica?
Alrighty. So yeah, so when we're looking at our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities that are taking the alternate LPAC, we want to make sure that the instruction is also aligned to those standards, right? You have them aligned to the ELD standards through those ELD connectors. So just really quick on those ELD connectors, they're specifically used for the alternate LPAC, and they're basically a set of standards that are reduced in breadth, depth, and complexity, and again, meant for specifically for those students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Go to the next. Awesome. And they're linked in there if you'd like to access them. All right, here's just a quick example. There's many that are in there that you can go through and look and see what the alignment is, but I think this just really highlights what those ELD connectors do. If you see on the far left, we have our ELD standard, which is, this is for first grade, it's exchanging information and ideas with others through oral collaborative conversations on a range of social and academic topics. All right, so that's your ELD standard, but with that, we also have our ELD connectors. So we're looking at what is that in the ELD standard that is the most essential part of the skills and reduced form that student needs in order to move on to the next standard of the next level. So an ELD connector is exchange information and ideas by participating in short conversations, responding to simple yes, no, and WH questions, using gestures or words, and by following some rules for discussion about familiar social and academic topics. So when looking at these two, what are some things that you might notice or wonder? And if you're noticing that these are different from the slide, I apologize, I added those. So if you refresh your slides, you might be able to get them. Hopefully they'll be added in there. So in the chat, what are some things that you might notice between the ELD standard and the connector? What are some wonderings you might have? If you don't have access to these three, I think it's 3 slides, we can go ahead and send them over like in a PDF format or something after. All right. An exchange of information shows up. Awesome. All right. Something that shows up to me, I'll share, is when I look at the ELD standards and I have those students in mind, with the students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and thinking about what communication might look like, accounts for modes of communication. Awesome. I see that oral collaborative conversation, right? In the ELD standard, it calls specifically for oral collaborative conversations. And many times we have students that are either non-speaking or are working on developing their preferred modes of communication that might not be in the form of oral collaborative, oral collaboration. And so it definitely looks, we take that into consideration when those ELD connectors are developed, right? And so I see that we see the counts for modes of communication. There's some scaffolding in there, right? We're giving opportunities instead of oral. Maybe we're using yes, no picture cards, or we're using yes, no gestures, or we're pointing or using eye gaze to make selections. And it's looking at just exchanging that information, not necessarily having those conversations. So what are those essential skills that we're looking at? And then those are also taken in that receptive and expressive manner. All right. Let's see. And so the next, when we go into it, what we did was we worked on a tool that kind of just pulls. There's a lot of resources around alternate LPAC. There's information regarding the task types, the ELD connectors, how they're aligned. There's the Moodle modules that are really awesome to show what that looks like. But what we did was we tried to compile it into one area, because knowing that our students that, our teachers or our educational specialists sometimes don't have that ELD training, or our educational specialists that are trying to serve students with the most significant cognitive disabilities or extensive support needs have a hard time really picturing what that ELD instruction looks like, or what that alternate LPAC is asking our students to do. So we went and compiled some of the different resources into one, where it looks at, this right here is looking at the 7 different task types, the linguistic complexity, what is it asking the students to do, and then also how are they aligned to those ELD connectors, whether it's the receptive or the expressive. All right, on the next slide is a tool, and I'll drop the link in the chat right now. Give me one quick second. We developed this tool, and it's just the beginning. It's looking at just the first 3 task types. But what we did was went and created, when we are looking at developing ELD for these students that are taking the alternate LPAC, how can we use those task types to inform how we develop that instruction? So we started off with, let me pull it up and walk us through it. One second, sorry about that. All right. So this first page is kind of looking at what are those task types. Again, there's 7 of them. What alignment are they to the ELD standards? The next part just kind of informs of, we're looking at that receptive skill and those expressive. How is it separate? How are those test questions or task types separated? Go ahead and scroll down to the second page. The next one, we're taking into consideration what the students' preferred modes of communication is. I see there's a little error right here. We'll fix that with the Muse logo on the preferred modes of communication. But we're looking at, okay, when we're considering ELD instruction for our students that are taking the alternate LPAC, we can think of the task types. We want to make sure we're considering what are those preferred modes of communication. A, because we want to make sure we're establishing them, right? B, we want to make sure they're utilizing them. So when they come to the alternate LPAC, as well as everything else in the world, we want them to be able to use it to show what they know. Some of the other things that at that ELD instruction are the instructional supports. So we talked a little bit earlier about what visual supports are, and even though the LPAC might alternate LPAC might give us picture cards, our students at that level of symbolism, understanding that those picture cards mean something other than just a picture. So maybe we're going to use concrete objects instead, or pictures of real items. So just a little background information on that. And then underneath, we're also looking at how do we open up opportunities for students to respond in multiple choice? Do we lower the field to choice so it's errorless learning? And you'll see that on the first one. Our goal is that they're just going to be participating and learning that skill of responding, and then we expand from there. So just a little bit of background information on when we're looking at building those those instructional pieces. The next 3 pages are looking specifically at the task types. So task type 1, it gives an idea of what the stimulus is, the linguistic complexity level, and then what are the students being asked? What is the communicative context, the student response, and what might that look like in practice? Okay, and the idea is that if we can see it and we understand what the task type is asking, that it can be replicated within the classroom as an instructional, a moment for instruction, right? Whether it's ELD instruction, designated ELD, or just embedded within. So here's an example. It says the student shows the ability to identify a picture and a word by answering a question. What are we asking the students to do? The student chooses 1 or 2 picture options. And this is what it looks like. Point to, give me, show me is the prompt, and our students we can respond by pointing. Okay. Expressive of that first task type is that the student shows the ability to recognize and use a common noun. And the student response is that the student expresses a response by naming an object, not just verbally, not just orally, but by using the student's individually preferred expressive mode of communication. So what is this? They can respond by the picture cards that are available. They can, again, utilize eye gaze, choice cards. They can use their AAC device, whatever that might be. But if we design that ELD, or just as an entry point to get designated ELD started, we can really look at how do we build those opportunities for the students to practice these skills, which are aligned to those ELD connectors. All right, we can look briefly at task type 2. Same structure. You have your stimulus. What are those receptive skills that you're working on? Expressive, and the alignment to the ELD connectors. You can go down, and then we have task type 3. Okay, perfect. And this, as you can see, low to medium linguistic complexity. It's getting a little bit more complex. There's more steps, but there's also you can scroll a little bit more. There's some more opportunities for student responses in the way it varies. Okay. So the idea behind this, again, this tool is that if we can put this in the hands of our specialists that are teaching our students with the most extensive support needs, or that are taking that alternate assessment, is that they can start to visualize, oh my, this type of instruction or these type of tasks are very similar to how we support our students with extensive support needs. I'll say from my own experience, I taught students with extensive support needs. I had no idea what ELD was. I thought it was circle time when I first started. That's what I was told, okay? That's what I was told. Until I got into the alternate LPAC and started really thinking, like seeing, well, what is the expectation on the alternate LPAC? Okay, what are they really asking for them to do? I began to really understand, okay, this is very similar in the way we present things to our students. What's missing is that ELD alignment, right? The ELD connectors, that standard alignment. So I think the idea is that we can just bridge the two. So this is what we're asking, what we want the students to be able to do is very similar to what's already happening in the classroom, but how do we make sure it's aligned to the standards so that our students get that ELD component, and also making sure we're providing those linguistic supports. So it's just the beginning. We'll be posting this on our webpage, and we'll be adding as we go along. So if you're signed up for our newsletter, you'll get it when it gets the additions. All right. All righty, we'll jump back to the slide deck and we'll keep moving. All righty, so just wanted to kind of wrap up that ELD piece, looking at the English language development portion of in our classrooms, and making sure that we're also being very cognizant and responsive to our students that are long-term English learners, and what are some of those essential components in the classroom when we're looking at them. So ensuring that there's community and relationship, goal setting, empowering pedagogy, consistent routines, a focus on oral language, student engagement, academic language, expository text, study skills, and rigor. So these are just some different elements when we're looking at our long-term English learners. And then when we're some just additional questions when we're looking at lesson planning, and we want to make sure that we're supporting our students that are English learners with disabilities. Again, coming back to what are their proficiency levels? We're planning with that in mind. What are those ELD standards? Are they the ELD standards, or are we using those ELD connectors for our students that are taking the alternate assessment? What is the oral language or language in the text that the student that might be having challenges with? And then one that we come back to, and we'll come back to again, what is that scaffolding? What are those accommodations that are individualized to the specific students that they need, as well as those linguistic supports, right? So just some considerations before we move on to our next consideration. Lots of considerations. All right, our next piece is those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, or logos. When we're going through this process and we're saying, okay, we need to work on our English language proficiency amongst our students, and we're trying to dive in and see where they're at and what those considerations, this is one of the ones that is on the bottom of that pillar. And what we want to do is make sure that we're going through students' IEPs and ensure that those goals are related to the student's needs that result from their disability, but they also consider what are those supports that the student needs as an English learner. And so some guiding questions or some things that we can follow as we're going through, and these are available on that resource that was provided earlier, is questions to ask ourselves. The goals that are in place, are they linguistically appropriate? As I mentioned, do they address the identified areas of need? Are there language supports or linguistic supports embedded? Are they set at the student's level or their skill level in English? Are they aligned to those the standards? And then if we look back, if we say, you know what, we've been doing logos. If we look back, have those students consistently made progress on those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives? Or do we see that they're not meeting those goals? Have those supports been varied and so on? So we want to make sure we're looking back as well as the current ones. So what we're going to go ahead and do is look at how do we develop linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. And Vanessa's going to take us down this fun little trip of what linguistic supports are.
Thank you, Jessica. So, all right, guys, like we are nearing the end of our time together today. Can you believe it? But sorry. It's towards the end, but it's not going to be short. So let's get started with linguistic supports, definition, and purpose. So this is going to be really important as we're trying to think about how to develop linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So number one, what are linguistic supports? So linguistic supports are various supports that we use in assessment and instruction that are going to help our English learner students overcome language barriers and demonstrate their knowledge effectively. So some examples of linguistic supports are translated text and directions, bilingual dictionaries, sentence frames, visual supports, etc. So a lot of them. And if you're familiar with the IEP process, you're probably familiar with the page called Special Factors. Us in Imperial County, we're SACE users. I don't know how many of you are SACE users, but even Cyrus and Welligent have a section related to linguistic support for English learner students. So in that section, we highlight a couple of bits of information. Number one, it starts by stating what we've been saying all day today, and that's that English learners must receive comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated. So that information is there. You know, what we've been saying today is not anything new. I'm sure some, like many of you, have seen it and read it in the IEP. The IEP has that statement of required comprehensive ELD. Additionally, the IEP itself calls out the need of linguistic supports. However, I do want to call out that here where it says primary language supports, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're translating word for the student. It means that you are providing linguistic supports as the student is developing proficiency in that L2 from that L1. And here are some examples. And it's interesting because it's like a bunch of check boxes. And again, full transparency, when I was a beginning teacher, I was like, check, 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 all the way down the list because why not? My students deserve all of the help that they can get to make sense of English. However, I wasn't thinking about what those linguistic supports might look like depending on their proficiency level, right? The other bit of information that's listed here is where is the student going to receive designated ELD? So that's a consideration. It's written into the IEP. It's not a given that everything is now going to be received in the special education classroom or with the special education teacher. The concept of least restrictive environment also applies for designated ELD because guess what? ELD, including designated ELD, is tier 1 core first best instruction for all English learners. So the starting point should be general education. Now, are there going to be situations where a student is best served in a special education classroom, in a special education setting with a special education teacher? Absolutely, it might happen. But we're doing this on a case by case. We're doing this individually. We are not doing it just for all students as a determination from the very, very beginning. We are considering all. Also, linguistic supports must align with the student's English language proficiency level as designated by the LPAC. We're also differentiating by domain, listening, speaking, reading, writing, and also a student who's an LPAC level 1 is going to need more robust linguistic supports compared to a student at an LPAC level 3. So again, just some basic supports, characteristics when we're thinking about linguistic supports. We spent some time earlier talking about the alignment between the LPAC performance levels and the ELD standards proficiency level, as well as for the alternate LPAC. So you would want to consider that, right? That knowing that as you're selecting how to support language development, that it aligns with the student's current language ability. So on the other side of our dual lenses, you know, those glasses that we shared with you earlier with disability related needs and language support needs, are accommodations. Accommodations are modifications or adjustments to the learning environment, curriculum, or assessment that enable students with disabilities to participate in their education by addressing disability related needs. And again, some examples of common accommodations: extended time for processing, breaks, visual supports, simplified language for processing deficits, AT, assistive technology, AAC, alternative and augmentative communication devices, modified materials for visual motor integration, etc. And so earlier I shared that linguistic supports can be found in the special factors page, while accommodations can be found in the services, the offer of FAPE page in SACE. Again, this is SACE, but all other IEP vendors have their own version of this, where you can list out the accommodations that are disability related. So what happens when you see an accommodation in practice, but not in the IEP? So as a real life example, I remember going to a classroom, a general education classroom where one of my students was receiving, like their content area instruction. And I had gone in to see how he was doing because I was preparing progress reports. So I went in and then I noticed that he was just doing so great with note taking. And that was always something that he had struggled with. So he had struggled with typing, with not with typing, I'm sorry, with writing. And we had tried typing, but that still took him like a long time because of visual motor integration issues. Same thing with the writing. Plus, on top of that, he would get really tired because it required a lot of effort for him to write. So one of the accommodations that we had selected for him, because he had also dystonia, which is low muscle tone, was that he would use speech to text when it was like a lengthy paragraph that he would have to write. So that was the accommodation that we had for him. And I went into this classroom, and this amazing teacher had created all sorts of note-taking structures, electronic versions. And they were all placed in a Google folder, and the student could select whichever one he needed to take notes into. A quadrant, the Cornell format, and he was able to keep up with his notes, already doing something even above and beyond, identifying what worked best for him and was able to keep up. And I was like, oh my goodness, like this needs to be in the IEP. So what do? We held an amendment to add that accommodation because he was insanely successful with that. So when you see an accommodation in practice but is not documented in the IEP, hold an amendment to document that practice because currently the student is being successful. Like, why would you want to change anything? Well, you don't want to change anything. You just want to make sure that that practice, that promising practice that is giving amazing results, is documented so that future teachers can know what is supportive for the student. So here's another element that we want to think about. Linguistic supports for English language development. What is the distinguishing factor? If you think back to the slides that I shared with you, linguistic supports and accommodations, you saw that sentence frames popped up in both, right? And it's like, okay, Vanessa, like how can one be one thing, but then also be another? Are you saying that support can be two? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could meet both purposes. However, we want to make sure that we're clear to what function they are fulfilling in each task. Here's an example. A linguistic support is used for English language development, and it is needed because they address language acquisition needs. So again, in the L2, it's considered a linguistic support when it's necessary to address language acquisition needs. It's considered an accommodation when said support is needed in both languages because they are addressing disability related barriers, not language acquisition needs. So, for example, It's an accommodation when it is necessary for a monolingual peer with the same disability. And here is a decision-making framework that can help you make sense of linguistic support versus accommodation. Would a monolingual peer with the same disability need the support? If yes, then it's likely an accommodation. Is the support needed in both L1 and L2? If yes, likely an accommodation. Is the support specifically for language development? If yes, it's likely a linguistic support. Does removing this support reveal the student's true English proficiency? If no, then it's likely an accommodation. So here we linked on that previous slide, we linked a discussion around accommodations and linguistic supports. We don't have the time to do it right now, but it's linked in there for you to view. One of the important concepts that we want you to walk away with in regards to linguistic supports and accommodations is that consistency is key. Our dually identified students are navigating both English language acquisition and disability-related needs. Therefore, consistent implementation of accommodations is critical. Because if we don't provide consistent implementation of these accommodations, their true English language proficiency can be masked by the challenges of the manifestation of their disability. When these accommodations are applied reliably, the student can demonstrate understanding, engage meaningfully, and make progress. And here's the kicker: inconsistency risks misinterpreting their disability-related needs as deficits in English language proficiency. So important that our accommodations are implemented consistently and reliably, because if not, we may be using the student's disability against them by not providing their disability-related accommodations. Because here's where we run into the risk of conflation. Mistaking accommodations for linguistic supports and vice versa can prevent us from seeing the student's true English language proficiency and delay appropriate reclassification. So to further illustrate this example, let's talk about sentence frames. So sentence frames as linguistic supports. The purpose here is for English language development. And they support or help an English learner develop academic language structures. Makes sense. What's the distinguishing characteristic? Well, the distinguishing characteristic is that sentence frames are removed as English language proficiency increases. Now, sentence frames as accommodations. Here, the purpose is to address disability-related needs. For example, helping a student with autism organize thoughts and reduce writing demands. What is the characteristic here? Well, the salient characteristic here is that it is needed to support disability regardless of English language proficiency. So all of that is important to keep in mind as we look to designing goals and objectives, but most importantly, linguistically appropriate goals and objectives that are going to support our road towards meeting criteria 1 of reclassification requirements. And for that, I'm going to hand it over to Jessica to walk us through goals and objectives.
All right. So when we're thinking about our goals and objectives for students that are duly identified, we have a question about it. Must the IEPs include English language development or ELD goals? Put it in the chat. Thumbs up, thumbs down, yes, no, don't know. All right, we're getting a mix. Yes, no's, don't knows. Perfect. Couple linguistic goals, or no, it must be linguistically appropriate. All right, let's see. Drum roll. All right, no. So no, we do not need ELD goals or English language development goals. The IDEA requires that IEP goals be developed in the areas of need related to the student's disability. And we know that being an English learner is not a disability. So there are regulations, though, state and federal regulations that require IEP goals to be linguistically appropriate, which means that we're writing those IEP goals to include the supports, and they're written at the level of their linguistic ability. So we're taking into account what is that student's LPAC score, what is that their English language proficiency, and what are the supports that they might require to meet their goals that are developed in relations to their disability. All right. And that's something that, we've heard. I mean, when I was teaching, I heard that you needed an ELD goal. If the student is an English learner, you need to check box that linguistically appropriate box that's on the development of the goal, and it needs to say ELD. And so that was a practice that that I've seen. But when it comes back to it and we really think about, well, why are we developing the goals? Okay, it's a disability related need, and being an English learner isn't a disability. So just coming back to the why are those goals present? So goals are to be aligned with those ELD standards, whether they're the ELD connectors or the ELD, the general ELD standards. And they're developed with the intentions to support the student with language acquisition, meeting their academic goals, and then making sure that they have access and are making progress towards grade level content. So just like earlier when we were looking at the eligibility report, there's all these considerations of things that we wanted to think about when we're developing that students, whether it's their IEP or whether it's specifically their linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. We want to look at what is that the student's cognitive level, what is their linguistic level, and if they're taking that summative LPAC, what is it per domain? What is their developmental level, both in their primary language and their second language? What's that overall performance look like for designated and integrated ELD? Are we accessing the students' prior knowledge and experiences? Are we including culturally relevant materials and experiences as well as the student's heritage? So there's a lot that goes into those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So we have this case study, Mr. Armando, and we have some information on him. We're going to follow him for a minute. We know he's in the 5th grade. He has a specific learning disability as his primary. He has an LPAC score of level 2. He's low in reading, an English learner. He struggles with writing, low vocabulary. He doesn't meet AR goals, and he goes to ELD exchange. Does that tell us enough? Put it in the chat. Yes, no, or quickly note something that you're wondering or feel like is missing in that profile. Awesome. His history, his LPAC history, definitely. Definitely information missing, right? His proficiency maybe in Spanish, or yes, perfect. The proficiency in his primary language, perfect. Length of time in the US. So how long has he been designated as an English learner? How much formal schooling has he received? Perfect. All right. And there's a lot, right? And as we're developing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, and we're looking at that full picture, there's a lot of information missing. And I love this. I'm going to put that, the linguistic support at home with both L1 and L2. What does support look like at home? Oh, and then here we go. Where does that low vocabulary come from? Does low vocabulary tell us much, or was it struggling writing? There's not a lot of information. Some other things that we can consider is like, what does that classroom look like? How many other 5th grade classrooms are there? What percentage of that classroom are also English learners? Are there students with IEPs? What are the strengths and language domains? We talked about that. What does the LPAC look like per domain? Um, and what are those disability related supports? And what are those linguistic related supports? So considering, okay, we saw some of those areas of need, but what are the supports to address them? I'm going to go to the next one. Thank you. Oh, what is a service delivery model? That's a good one too. All right. So again, when we're looking at the summative LPAC, considering like not only do we want to just know the overall score, we want to know the individual so we can look at the strength. What is that student's strength and where are those areas of need? So we can pull that into when we're developing the IEP goal. Pull in what are those supports that have been successful and maybe identifying additional ones that might need to be there. Again, breaking it down, because when we're writing those linguistically appropriate goals, we want to make sure we're also identifying what is that level linguistic supports. If we have a student that is moderately developed in in reading, he might just need some moderate to light linguistic supports. But if we're developing a goal in writing and he's a level 1, we're going to want to beef it up with some substantial linguistic supports. So it's really important that we look at it within those individual domains, even when we're developing those goals. And then I'm going to hand it back, I believe, to Vanessa to go ahead and show us this lovely chart.
Okay, so this is an important part of considering how it is that we're going to write our linguistically appropriate goals. So we're huge fans of the work of Californians Together, or CalTOG. And Volume 3 of their EL Roadmap Implementation Guide Toolkit really helps us visually process how it is that we can see the level of linguistic support and students' English language proficiency in relation to how it is that we develop our goals and objectives. So when we're developing our linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, it really is the intersection of language literacy and content, with ELD being the glue that holds it all together. So here, the screenshot is of part 1 of the ELD standards, which is interacting in multiple ways. If you remember, part 1 is all about interacting, right? And this is particularly around the collaborative mode, where students are exchanging information and ideas. And remember how I kept telling you that like the ELD standards are organized in a very predictable manner? Every grade level has the 3 parts. Every grade level has the corresponding standards per part, and the heading of each of the standards is the same. However, it's by grade level that it builds in in requirements and complexity and depth. So to exemplify that, I want us to spend some time looking at first grade, seventh grade, and 11th grade. So we're going to start vertically. So in first grade, in seventh grade, and in 11th to 12th grade, because in the upper grades, it's a grade span, let's compare what emerging looks like at each level. I'll give you a couple of seconds to read through the emerging level at each of those grade levels, so vertically. Immediately, I'm going to do a think aloud. Immediately in first grade, I see that the focus is in contributing to a conversation. I'm also noting that it's all about familiar topics, and I'm just expressing ideas. And I'm asking and answering yes, no questions, and who, what, when, where questions. And I'm responding using gestures, words, or simple phrases. Okay, so now I'm looking at seventh grade, and now I see that it's not just contributing, but it's engaging in conversational exchanges. I'm still expressing ideas, and I'm still responding using simple phrases. Okay, so what changed here was engage in conversational exchanges. The rest remained the same. However, if I go to 11th grade, I can see that it's still engaging in conversational exchanges and expressing ideas on familiar current events and academic topics. So the context changed a little, but we're still asking and answering yes, no questions and who, what, when, where questions, and responding using short phrases and short sentences. So the linguistic demand has increased through grade level and also the context. If we now move to the expanding level first grade, seventh grade, 11th, 12th grade. We're seeing that the student is going to be required to contribute to class in the first grade, group and partner discussions by listening attentively, following turn-taking rules, and asking and answering questions. At the seventh grade level, the rigor increases because now the student is expected to contribute to class group and partner discussions by following turn-taking rules and asking what? Relevant questions. What are they also doing? They're affirming others and they're adding relevant information and paraphrasing key ideas. 11th to 12th grade, not only are they contributing to class group and partner discussions, but now they're expected to sustain conversations on a variety of age and grade appropriate academic topics by following turn-taking rules, asking and answering relevant on-topic questions, affirming others, and providing additional relevant information and paraphrasing key ideas. Now, here at the far end, we have bridging. And it is here at this level where students can be expected to meet that overall 4 and demonstrate English language proficiency. So a student should be able to contribute to class, group, and partner discussions by listening attentively, following turn-taking rules, and asking and answering questions. That is a requirement at grade 1. Most likely will generate a 4 if the student is able to do that, again, considering all the other task types. In 7th grade, contributing to class, group, partner discussions, again, relevant questions, affirming others, relevant ideas, evidence, paraphrasing key ideas, building on responses, and providing useful feedback. 11th, 12th grade, all of the same things, except now again, the focus is on academic topics and grade appropriate material, following those turn-taking rules, asking and answering on-topic questions that are relevant, and providing coherent and well-articulated comments and additional information. So I think it's clear that if we are going to develop a goal for a student where they are going to perhaps have a speaking goal, where they are engaging in conversations or contributing to a class discussion, that we consider where the student might be if the student is at a level 1, knowing what the end goal is, where we want them to be, so that when we're designing those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, we're including linguistic supports to get our students to be able to do that. And I'll give you an example. Contribute to class, group, and partner discussions by listening attentively. Okay, what are some opportunities to support that? To contribute to class in relation to linguistic supports. Could be sentence frames, could be word banks, could be visual supports. What about the turn taking? We might be looking now at accommodations, right? Given, prompting, verbal, nonverbal. Also, asking and answering questions. How are we supporting that to happen? Is it going to be an accommodation because it addresses needs related to the disability? Or is it going to be a linguistic support? And what might it look like if it's supporting language development? So again, all of these considerations come into play, not just in the development of English language development via comprehensive ELD, both designated and integrated, but also in the development of those linguistically appropriate goals. And I think it highlights how important it is that this be taught explicitly also as part of designated ELD instruction, not for the sake of testing, because that's not what we're saying, but you need these skills to engage in content area learning and to have greater access to the general education curriculum and non-disabled peers. So again, important little considerations to keep in mind when we are thinking about how do we get kiddos to reclassify? Okay, good question. How do we get them to reclassify? By ensuring that they are receiving quality and consistent ELD instruction that is inclusive of designated ELD, integrated ELD, and also an IEP that has goals that are linguistically appropriate. So to help help keep supporting that conversation around development of logos, I'm going to hand it back to Jessica so she can keep us going.
Awesome. You know, we do have a quick couple questions in the QA just specifically around ELD. So I want to make sure we just ELD goals, whether they have to be present or not. So I thought we could clear that up right. Go ahead and look at those. So we had one person share that they were taught that as long as they clicked linguistically appropriate, because at times the ELD goals in reading and writing are similar, that it was as long as they clicked the box.
Okay, so clicking the box doesn't make the goal linguistically appropriate. And I used to think that that was actually how it happened. And that's what I did when I would write my goals and objectives. I'm like, yeah, it looks linguistically appropriate, click, right? However, like now having a deeper understanding as to what linguistically appropriate really means, I recognize that it's more than that. So, a couple of things to clarify. Number one, you do not need to develop a standalone ELD goal. So, you don't go in there, select an ELD standard, and then develop a goal for that standard. Remember that we develop goals to address areas of disability related need. And being an English learner is not a disability, so we would not develop an ELD goal. However, we know that students who are dually identified may have varying degrees of linguistic competence and fluency. So if I'm developing a writing goal for a student, and the student is a level one and has been a level one for 2 or 3 years, and the grade level standard calls out for a multi-paragraph composition, I know that that is not going to be linguistically appropriate if I don't scaffold it with linguistic supports. So when I start building in those linguistic supports into the goal, that's what makes my goal linguistically appropriate. So for example, instead of student will compose a multi-paragraph essay in response to, like a short story, I might include a linguistic support like, given a partially completed graphic organizer with a word bank, student will utilize sentence frames to compose, and then those are some linguistic supports that are designed for this particular student to be able to achieve that goal. I'm hoping that that helps clarify a little that checking the box on its own will not make the goal linguistically appropriate. Also, you do not need to develop standalone ELD goals. The federal law and state law is clear. It's only linguistically appropriate goals. And what makes the goal linguistically appropriate is the linguistic supports that you embed in the goal to support the student achieving it.
All right. And then do we have any how there was a question about how are we defining the terms minimal, moderate, and substantial in terms of support?
Yeah, so the Optel training modules are incredibly helpful in that because there's actually, you can go into the Optel Canvas course page, and these are free. Anyone can take those. And they're linked in our slide decks. I don't know exactly what slide number it is, but it's a slide deck that had all the Optel resources. If you go in there and you click into the Optel Canvas courses, there is one specifically, there's a course that goes through defining and giving examples of what light linguistic supports, substantial linguistic supports, minimal, moderate linguistic supports are. And not only that, but there's also an explanation on the frequency terms. So those Optel training modules, yes, they were designed for use of the Optel, but I find that they are great tools to just further hone our understanding of what linguistic supports are and what they could look like.
Great, and those are the Canvas, you're looking at the Canvas modules. Okay, I just wanted to drop it in there. Perfect. All right, I think at this point we can keep moving on and then we'll have some more questions after. This is me. All right, so this is just a reminder that when we're looking at those linguistic supports, and we're developing those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, where again, how does the disability manifest itself? How does it impact each of these areas? And what are the supports, both linguistic and accommodations, are going to support the student to access the curriculum and make progress? All right. This is just a quick example when, sometimes we're saying like, okay, well, if a student has a overall 3, they might have a area that is not a 3, right? One of the domains might be maybe lower. So this is just an example what that might look like. We have a student that has an overall of 3, and they're going to require, they have 3s in listening, a 3 in speaking, and a 3 in writing. They're going to need like light linguistic supports. But if we don't take a look at all the domains and we only look at the overall, we're missing the opportunity to provide the appropriate supports for writing, which is a 1, right? We're going to have to provide substantial linguistic supports in that area. And so making sure that, again, we're really digging in and supporting them appropriately per domain. So now we have a new overlook or overview of our Mondo. Remember before we saw just a few things and we had some questions or wonderings about them. Now here's a little bit more. Is there still missing information? Probably, right? But now we know he has a summative alpaca level 2. Last year was a level 1, so we know he's making progress. ELD standards proficiency level, he's at a expanding and he requires moderate linguistic support. Again, he's qualified under SLD, but now we know it's because of the phonological processing. His present levels of performance, which is that plop, identifies that it's reading fluency and comprehension as low compared to his peers. So a little more information. Again, that math is fractions and divisions are his weakness or his area of need. For students to receive the educational benefits, so that thinking about how his disability manifests and the areas of need based off of that, we're seeing that he's going to need some support in reading, and it looks like writing. And then it also says, you know what, he's using graphic organizers, he's using picture cards to explain, and then I see what else? Speech to text as well. So just making sure that we're including those accommodations and those supports and when we're looking at that full picture of a student. So when we're developing that linguistically appropriate goal or just a goal in general, there's different elements that we want to make sure we consider. This is the IEP goal formula that we have, but there's so many different ones, but they're always going to have the same elements. That first one is, when is the child going to master the goal? When we develop goals, we make them annual goals. So in a year, right? We have a 12-month span. Next, we want to be very specific about what we're asking the child to do. What are we expecting in a year's time that they're going to be able to perform? Next is, how are we going to measure it? Or where are we going to measure it? Where is it going to occur? And then we're going to look at how. So how are we going to take that data? A huge important thing to think about before you put the IEP in writing and send it off, because sometimes we get a little tricked by how we're going to measure data. Right? So how are you going to do it? How are you going to collect? What does that accuracy look like? Are we thinking that they're going to have to get 80%, 85% out of 4 opportunities? Are they going to do it out of a 2-week period? But making sure that we're, something we'll see is like there's 3 different criteria. 85% out of 4 out of 5 opportunities within a 2-week period. Definitely want to try, this is what I was referring to. We want to make sure that we try and take that data first and see if it's a good way to measure accuracy before we actually put it into writing. The next is that we want to make sure we're thinking about those supports, both accommodations and linguistic supports. What supports does that student need to be able to reach that, what we're asking them to be able to do? And in the end, it would build something like this. So what we did is, because we can tell you what goes into a linguistically appropriate goal and objective, but we wanted to kind of walk you through that process, or that mental process of how we built it. Again, this is happening after we've already gone through the information eligibility. We've looked at the present levels and built that. We've looked at what supports the student might need. And then we get to the point where we're looking at those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So based off of our Mondo, reading was his one area of need, right? We identified reading as an area of need based off of his disability. I'm going to go in and I'm going to find out what is that area that he's working on, and what is that identified ELA standard that relates to it. And I found this one: compare and contrast 2 or more characters, settings, or events in a story or drama, drawing on specific details in a text. All right. I'm going to make sure I have a baseline. What is he currently doing that's related to that standard? Well, right now he's able to label and partially complete graphic organizers to compare and contrast up to 2 characters, and as well as events, in a familiar story, and recall orally specific details in a grade level text with verbal prompting, sentence frames, word banks, and media. So we're saying, what is he able to do right now? And what are those supports he's using to be able to do it? It doesn't call out specifically what those linguistic supports are or those accommodations, but we're identifying what the supports are in order to get there. Next, we're thinking about those linguistic supports specifically. We're saying, you know what, in reading, he requires that moderate level of support. He's, I think about how is he doing in his ELD session instruction. I think about those LPAC scores. And you know what, related to this area of need, he uses graphic organizers and audio and digital books. Then I think about those accommodations. And he needs to be able to draw to represent his learning. And I know that he also uses visual supports and read aloud options. So again, it just really builds upon itself. And it is it's like a muscle you have to practice to really get it moving. But there's just these different elements that you can kind of follow. And it brings you down to this example of a goal. It is example. It's not the most beautiful, but it is example of what it can look like. So I'll read it. By February of 2021, when given a graphic organizer, Armando will compare and contrast 2 or more events in a grade level read aloud text by drawing on specific details. As you can see, it's color coded. Tried to identify, because we're trying to identify, where is this information coming from? You'll see graphic organizers. I pulled that from his linguistic supports that he requires. That orange section is that standard. That's what I want my student to be able to do in a year from now. When we're looking at grade level, the yellow, that's taking it from baseline. Right now he's able to do read alouds at grade level. The blue, the read aloud, I'm pulling from accommodations. And then a green, again, is pulling from, it's in green, but it should be in orange as the standard, okay? So as you can see, it's a bunch of different elements that come into place to make that linguistically appropriate goal. All right? Hopefully that helped a little bit with how are we taking all this information to kind of bring it down into a final goal. And here's an example of what it might look like. This is from SACE, the format in SACE, but how it might look like. You'll see in the baseline, there's additional information regarding the LPAC scores. It talks about what are those moderate linguistic supports, and so on and so forth. As you can see, that linguistically appropriate check mark is checked, but we can also stand behind it and say, yep, we considered those linguistic supports. We considered that child's English language proficiency to develop that IEP goal. And our proof is in the baseline. And our proof is in the fact that we have those linguistic supports embedded within that goal. All right. Definitely is room for, we can always add more and grow, but these next 3 examples that we're going to show are just that. They're examples. How do we look at that standard? What is an ELD related standard? And how do we develop an IEP goal? You'll see this is, I believe, 3rd grade. We have that key detail. We're asking a student to be able to determine the main idea. Oh, thank you. There's an entire resource for this. So I'm so sorry, it's so small, but it goes through that whole process for different standard examples. We have a 3rd grade example. Go to the next. 7th grade example, as well as that high school example. Right. And then there's just a couple extra scenarios if you want to go back and practice it yourself and look at how do we develop those linguistically appropriate goals. There's different examples for a student that is maybe in 6th grade with an LPAC score of 2, another one with 3 different grade levels, to just be able to practice what that feels like. We also have an additional activity. We won't do it right now, but we'll give you guys some time to look at it. But what this is it takes you through that process that we just did. There's an example of what some information that might be pulled from an IEP. And on the right column, if you want to click and open, and we can drop it in the chat in a second. All right. What this is supposed to do again is just kind of guide us through that mental process or that process to develop that linguistic. What do we need to grab from the IEP that is full of information based off of the student's needs, based off of their disability, as well as being an English learner, and how do we craft it into these goals that appropriately support the student? So you'll see how it's set up is on the side, we have the IEP page. So again, these are based off of the labels that are used in SACE. So we have information and eligibility. In the next column, you're going to see, and then I'm sorry, all the way down, you'll see all the pages. Thank you, Vanessa. Present levels, special factors where we're finding those linguistic supports, statewide assessments, services where we're looking at accommodations. And what we did is we have a student named Sophia. She's in second grade, and we pulled various information from each of these pages to be able to kind of fill in those ideas of what we need to know about the student in order to create that linguistically appropriate goal. On the right-hand column, if you're working through it and you have additional questions like, oh, I wonder about, it's something that might not be included, you can add that in the column there. Awesome, just like that. Ah, that's a really good one. How long has a student been an English learner for? Yes. All right, you're going through present levels, what information might be missing. You have your academic, we have the history of not history of the LPAC scores, so that might be a good question there, but we have those LPAC scores per domain. We have a little bit of family input. Awesome. Communication. We didn't talk about that too much today, but communication portion of the IEP is a great opportunity to add. What does language look like? What does communication look like at school? Parent input, what does language look like at home? And including that in the IEP. Special factors. Again, we're looking at those supports for the linguistic needs, accommodations, and all of that's going to take us down to where there's some identified. We identified, you know what, this student needs support in reading and writing. I've selected 2 goals that would be areas to develop IEP goals in or linguistically appropriate goals in. You can select one and practice. Yes, you would probably write both because those are identified areas of need. But if you want to take the time to practice, you can do 1 or 2 of them. The ELD goals are standards are linked in there, so we can make sure we're tying back into that. There's that sample of the goal formula. And then the area where we can write the baseline. What is the student currently doing? What is her current English language proficiency status? What are the types of supports that she requires? Beautiful. And in the next section, the goal is how we're going to fill it in. Just like we did where we built those individual boxes where we're like building upon how do we develop what that goal is. And so this just gives you kind of an opportunity individually or with the group, walk through that process to develop that goal. Anything you want to add on there, Vanessa?
No, so this is just an exercise in trying to put it all together for a couple of reasons. Number one, to highlight that linguistically appropriate goals and objectives are hard. They're hard. And just like I said, it takes practice. It takes practice. Why? Because you're taking disability related need and then linguistic support needs. And compounding the difficulty is the fact that, as we started off today, talking about how sometimes learning opportunities and PD are very much siloed, and even verified by our informal poll, how many of you have had recent ELD standards training? Um, it's not necessarily an area of expertise for all of our education specialists, myself included, when I got started. So what does this highlight? Well, this highlights that there's many opportunities for us to connect with our English learner TOSA friends, our ELD teachers, our general education teachers with understanding on language acquisition, the different levels, linguistic supports. Because if I have not received training as to what an appropriate linguistic support is for Sophia, I'm going to be hoping for the best, checking all the boxes and making, like a wholehearted effort to ensure that I'm doing my very best by Sophia. However, knowing that I'm not necessarily getting the full picture of her linguistic capacity and what linguistic supports might be helpful in having her meet those academic areas that we are developing goals for, and also in functioning and accessing that general education environment as much as possible with non-disabled peers as required by IDEA. So again, very important, especially considering the broader conversation we're having today in relation to reclassification and meeting criteria one. I'm hoping right now that meeting criteria one doesn't sound that impossible. However, it does point to a need for a significant overhaul in how we do comprehensive ELD and how we develop culturally and linguistically responsive IEPs for dually identified students, because we tend to put the cart before the horse sometimes and have a sense of urgency in reclassifying students, yet not recognizing that perhaps they haven't received the supports necessary for all of the years that they have been an English learner, specifically receiving designated ELD.
All right. So,
So,
Vanessa,
Jessica, I
yes.
think we have
Mhm.
a question for them, right? Will you be
Yes.
terribly upset if we don't give you a break and perhaps be done by 2:15? Drop it in the chat. Will you be mad at us? Yes, no.
Happy face or angry face? There you go.
Not mad? Okay. All right, keep
Awesome.
going. All right.
Look
Yay.
at those happy faces on
I
a
know. Oh my
Friday.
gosh. That's
Awesome.
amazing.
Awesome. Awesome.
All
All
right.
right. So,
Okay. Go
do we
ahead,
want,
Jessica. They said
all
yes.
right, just coming back to that final idea, we want to make sure that when we're looking at the sorry, educational system, that we're making sure that we're thinking about the child as a unique person and unique needs. And we've kind of discussed that as we went along. When we're thinking about ELD, when we're thinking about those IEPs and the linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, we're thinking about those individual needs, both related to the disability, to the linguistic needs, and also just as a whole, right? Thinking about the child as a whole and the needs related to. And in order to ensure that we're enabling our students to be able to reach their full potential. So we acknowledge this. Go ahead. Did
Okay.
you?
Yeah, I'll go ahead, Jessica. I know you probably need to have a drink or something. You've been talking for like a long, long time. To bring it all together, we are all here today because we want to support collective expertise. And every single time we come together in any one of these statewide offerings or even those local regionalized offerings that we are so lucky to participate in, our end goal is this, to support collective expertise. And reclassification has been a hot, hot, hot topic that I know is near and dear to our heart because we want to do what's right by students. And with that in mind, our goal at Project Muse is to support in a variety of ways. We want to help build capacity, collective capacity. We want to encourage multidisciplinary teams. We want to provide supports in a tiered approach so that you can get in and get out getting what you need when you need it as you need it. So with that in mind, we have level 1 supports available to practitioners statewide. We have level 2 supports available for practitioners statewide, as well as level 3 supports. So with level 1, you get all of the free professional development that we offer. Every single piece of information that we share with you today and in the future will always be free of charge, no paywall, no login. It becomes yours. We also have resources that are available virtual on demand in our web-based portal, and we're going to share a little bit about that in a couple of slides. And then we also have more technical support. So we're talking about customized PD and TA, development of communities of practice, targeted supports, etc. And then at that intensive level, those level 3 supports are more related to work that links DA, differentiated assistance, as well as the SIM process, which is the special ed side of the house monitoring um, side. So those are available there, and you can find all of this in our website. So Oops, it keeps going back to our website. Okay, so in our website, you can find a lot of resources, and this is where you're going to get the bulk of our resources. So it's going to be under trainings, it's going to be under resources, and you're going to see some interesting stuff under impact. And we'll go into the website in a little bit. However, we want to highlight the fact that we have multiple entry points. So whatever your role is in your LEA, COE, regional MDT, SELPA, etc., you can expect to find in our website frequently asked questions related to serving dually identified students. You can also expect to find student scenarios, which are exemplars of best practices in action. We also have infographics. Here at Project Muse, we're a little infographic crazy. So there's tons of those, and you'll see right now when I show you. So if you want to access some frequently asked questions in relation to serving students who are dually identified, there's an FAQs page. If you want to view those student scenarios that are exemplars of best practices in action, those are linked right there. Infographics, all linked right there as well. We also have archived modules. So all of our learning opportunities, including this one, are recorded and provided free of charge. They are also available to participants statewide, regardless of role or assignment. We highlight these two. There's a lot more, and I'll show you where those are at. But Administrators Online Institute, which was designed for not necessarily administrators, but educational leaders. And it's focused around the must-knows of dually identified students. And each module is only 60 minutes long. So you look at the menu of offerings, you select the one topic you're interested in, and in 60 minutes or less, you'll be in and out with the slide deck that is corresponding to the topic. And now you have that slide deck to access at whatever point, and that video also available to just pause and play as needed. We also have toolkit institutes where we take a resource, a tool, or an infographic, and we approach it as a to-go resource, meaning that by the end of that 60-minute session, you get the resource in your back pocket and you're ready to go and implement it at your site or with your teams. We also have a variety of appendices to support your work serving dually identified students. And one of the things that we did is, of course, our flagship resource has been the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities. And yes, a lot of things have changed since its initial publication in 2019. Most of the guidance is fairly consistent, with the exception of the clarification released by CDE in relation to guidance of reclassification of dually identified students. But one of the amazing resources that are included within the Practitioner's Guide are the appendices. The appendices in the Practitioner's Guide are available as PDF formats. However, they're not they're not available as standalone documents. So what we did is we took those resources and we made them available as a standalone appendix. So you don't have to go through the entire thing. You only select what you want. We've made those available, of course, in English as they were initially published, but we also made them fillable, downloadable, and printable and savable to whatever device you want to or folder. Additionally, those are available in English, Spanish, Arabic, and Vietnamese, and we are looking to make those available in additional languages as well, because we recognize that California is rich with home languages and dialects. So let's go back to the website. So I'm going to go to our website right here. Can you see my screen? Yes? Okay, great. All right, so let me take you through it rather quickly. So I mentioned that this top bar up here is where you're going to find all of the interesting and fun things. I want to take you to our homepage. And in our homepage, you're going to find some information, our tiered supports, some data, information regarding dually identified students, and our team. There we are recording our modules for the alternate LPAC, providing training, doing all sorts of fun stuff. There's our team. Here we are in Santa Clara, presenting for CDE and all over the place. If you want to know more about our background, you can find it at the About Us page, as well as our role in the statewide system of support. Impact. So here is our Project Muse heat map, and it's going to show you where we've been in the state of California. So it shows you all the different places we've been and the presence of Project Muse in the state of California. And, us, in case you don't know, we're down here. We're like right there. So we've actually made it all the way up here to provide PT. So yeah, we have a lot of miles on Southwest. Then we have our regional COE English Learner Specialist and FMTA consultation assignments, because we're very much linked to our friends, the RELs, and also providing support for their teams and also the FMTAs. So for example, a lot of our work recently this year has been around Region 4. So we've been involved with a lot of the different county offices with Contra Costa, and then over here in Region 5 with Santa Clara, and then in Region 3 with Sacramento, with Graciela, and then in Region 6 with San Joaquin. So as you click on these sections, you're able to identify who the RELS, the Regional English Learner Specialist, is, and out of what county office of education, and their partner SALPAs. Additionally, by scrolling further down, you're able to identify who the assigned consultants are for those regions, and all in one place, because sometimes it can be really frustrating to try to want to get certain information and not be able to find it in one place. So we linked it all there. Now in the resources section, okay, here's where it can get a little crazy. So I want to orient you to some of the resources. So here on this end, if you're curious about EL Roadmap resources, we feature a lot of their work because we think that their work is amazing through CalTalk, EPIC, the EL Roadmap, the implementation guides, and the toolkits. You can find all of that here. We also have the California Practitioner's Guide. So let me show you really quickly. So the California Practitioner's Guide is a super thick book. If you've seen the hard copy, it's like 492 pages, I believe, and it has 5 sections. If you are interested in reading this bad boy, you're gonna spend a lot of time reading. However, if you have a pressing concern or wondering, what we did is we took it apart and we made it available for you either by section or by chapter. So if you don't want to flip through the entire thing and you're just wondering about teaching and learning to meet student needs, once they're identified as a dually identified student, I just go to chapter 7. Click there and it takes me exactly to chapter 7. If I'm wondering, reclassification is the one that I really wouldn't go back to right now, just because this is a print resource and the guidance that came out in February of 2025 isn't reflected in the print resource. So in case you're wondering about pre-referral, let's say you're having issues with significant disproportionality or over-referral of English learners and you want to know more about an effective pre-referral process, Section 2 is going to tell you all about that. So you click there, Section 2, and it takes you exactly where you need to be. Next, still in the practitioner's guide, have those FAQs I referenced earlier. So they've been organized by chapter topic, basically, and these are all included here. So if I have questions related to developing an IEP, I click on the accordion file and it opens up with FAQs. So they're here and listed, and you have access to that because, sometimes you might get a question or you provide an answer and then the reply is says who, right? So now this gives you a way to cite where it's coming from, where the guidance is coming from, to support your teams and yourself. Then we have our appendices. So these are the ones I talked about earlier that are available in English, Spanish, Arabic, and Vietnamese. And there's a lot of them. There's tons of tools. There's the CUME file check, the extrinsic factors page, the intervention summary page. We also referenced during day 1 the English learner parent questionnaire and the English learner student questionnaire. So let's say that I'm wanting to get more information related to a student and the parent. So what I do is then I pop open this resource, and then I'm able to have a structured means of collecting information with the basic demographic data up here at the top, some questions related to language development, language usage, language instruction, etc. But let's say that I'm also wondering what that might look like for a student whose parents speak Spanish, and I'm wanting to get some information in Spanish. So then what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go back to my appendices page, and I'm going to pop open my resource, and it's in Spanish. So you have el cuestionario de estudiantes de inglés y padres, and it asks you a series of questions from desarrollo lingüístico, uso de idioma, preparación académica, etcétera, etcétera. So all of that is included there. So then we continue back to our website, but first let me clear this. Okay. And when we are here, we are able to go back to those resources, figures, which are just that, figures, and then student scenarios. The student scenarios are included here to illustrate the application of the information provided in the chapters listed underneath each picture. So you'll get to meet Cruzita, and she's one of our favorites because with Cruz, you get to go through her journey from being an English learner within the multi-tiered system of support, to being considered for special education referral, to being assessed for a potential disability, to the development of an IEP, and to develop educational programming for her. You also get to meet Allison and Jatinder as they navigate their way through supporting students in the MTSS framework. And you also get to meet Edgar, Jaime, and Amanda, who are candidates for reclassification, as well as Javier and Marcus and Mateo. So again, so student scenarios are included there. We also have information related to the LPAC, the alternate LPAC, and the SBAC, and then random smattering of resources. We have tools related to reclassification only. So some of the resources that we shared with you today will be included here, including day one recordings, a reclassification workbook, the one pager that outlines the criteria, the first iteration of our considerations document that Jessica unveiled with you today, lucky, and other collaborative work we've done with the CDE, including the development of the Optel modules and considerations for dually identified students. Here is where you can find the Optel course for Canvas and the Padlet related to the Optel. So all of this information is included here. We also have resources related to supporting English learners with extensive support needs and our infographics. So here is where you're going to find all of the infographics that we referenced today. So we have one that serves as a multilingual student with exceptional needs IEP checklist. So again, what needs to be in the IEP that is specific to English learners with disabilities. We have language of assessment options, which talk about the 4 options available for assessing multilingual students, from the first best option, which is of course assessing in the primary language as well, but what to do when that is not feasible. We also have a resource related to systems improvement and equity for English learners and dually identified students, our one pager outlining what our project does, also our partners in the statewide system of support special education leads, our statewide impact, and then those chapter by chapter visual companions. As I mentioned, the practitioner's guide is pretty hefty. And if you want a visual tool to guide your learning, these resources do just that. So for example, as I mentioned earlier, if you're interested in the referral process for English learners, you would pop this open. It would generate the electronic version of the PDF. you would be able to view it. It's loading. And since it's a PDF, it has active links. So if you're looking to navigate the chapter using visuals and brief information, you can use this resource to support your learning. But if you're finding that you need more information, so for example, here are the considerations for referral of ELs for assessment to determine eligibility. And I'm curious to learn a little bit more about Appendix 3.2, which is the checklist for carrying out the recommendations. I can click here and it's going to pop open a new file. So again, everything has links in there for you to consider and to utilize. And those are all available in our website. So let me see. Toggling back and forth between the screens is fun. Said no one ever. And then we keep scrolling down, additional infographics available there for you, pre-referral and referral, assessments and the IEP process, culturally and linguistically appropriate special education eligibility processes, and all of these other ones, including one for dual language learners in preschool. So I just probably made you all dizzy scrolling up and down, but I wanted to take the time to share with you those resources that we have available in our website, just because we're very proud of these resources and especially the fact that a lot of these were developed from your feedback. So when we have these sessions, sometimes we'll be like, you know what, we haven't seen a resource that does X, Y, or Z. And we're like, on it. We love to connect with you during these sessions because you really do help us be better. And it's the way that we engage in this collective commitment, this shared responsibility in working with parents, families, school and district professionals, practitioners in every single role, whether it be as a direct or indirect service provider, because we all believe in educational equity and we want to ensure that all English learners participate in the highest quality teaching and learning experiences. You have proven it today. And again, if I haven't said it enough, thank you, thank you, thank you. And the biggest gift you can give us is your feedback. We grow so much from listening to you, from taking your feedback. We really do read every single bit of it because we care and we really want to be responsive to the needs of the field. So know that the link to the feedback form is in the slide deck. If you can't complete it right now because you're already moving from one site to another or have somewhere else to be, that's okay, we understand, but please give us your feedback. It's important to us. And with that, we want to say thank you. Thank you for your time and your attention. I promised you a 2:15 if we push through, and I think I delivered. It's 2:13 on my clock. And we want to stay on as long as you need us to. We want to stay as long as you need us to so that we can support you further. And we're going to do that by stopping the recording so we can ask those questions freely. So I'm going to go ahead and stop our recording. And I am going to stay on as long as you need us to. So here we go. Stop recording.